Chapter 9:35. The brilliant silver curtain of stars hung in the sky like a long curtain of aurora. The moon, which was the size of a millstone, emitted a dazzling light. Starlight dotted the surroundings, and it was exceptionally beautiful. It was as if they were really walking in the Milky Way. Even though they had walked in the Milky Way before, they still couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when they saw this scene. Under the night moon, the silver curtain seemed to sway with the wind in the sky that was overflowing with silver light. The bluish-purple river was like the Milky Way that was dotted with starlight. When the boat passed by, it created one or two waves. The Milky Way was still the same, and there were no changes. This was a boat that was traveling on the Milky Way. The boat was 30 feet long, and it didn't seem crowded even with 10 people on it. Yin Nuoxing stood in the middle of the boat and bent down. Half of her body was over the edge of the boat, and she reached out to touch the Milky Way that was constantly moving. Her fingers fell into the Milky Way, and a mark was left behind as the boat moved forward. However, the Milky Way didn't change at all. It was ice cold where she touched it, and it was even colder than seawater. It was filled with the aura of the starry sky, as if it was really a Milky Way that flowed through the sky. Unbelievable. I've heard about the 9 Milky Way in Spirit State City. I didn't think that we could still make it here. Chu Yingjian had been dumbfounded since they came in, and she kept looking around curiously. Only now did she come back to her senses. She looked at Yin Nuoxing and couldn't help but ask. Yin Nuoxing raised her head. The silver-white curtain of aurora fell on the bluish-purple Milky Way, standing on both sides of them. The other 7 silver curtains of stars were blocked due to visibility issues. They could only see that they were sandwiched between 2 silver curtains of stars. There's nothing strange about it. There are quite a few people who know about this place, and only half of the people who know about it know how to get in. Even the slightly famous forces know about this place. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and said, "But when we rushed up just now, it still gave me a fright. I thought that these 9 curtains of light couldn't be touched." Yuanqi smacked his lips and looked around. "I didn't expect to come to such a magical place. Although I know about it, I have never been here before." Xian was also looking around curiously. When she turned her head, she saw Yin Nuoxing's faint look of reminiscence. She was slightly stunned. "Little star, is this place also related to the ancient times?" "Oh." Yin Nuoxing was pulled out of her memories by a soft call. She looked up and saw that everyone was looking at her. She couldn't help but chuckle and nod. "It's a magical space inside. It has existed since the ancient times. The terrain of this place attracts the power of the stars in the sky, forming a magical space here. When the 9 Milky Ways appear together, the flow of the power of the stars is at its greatest. This scene can only be seen by mortals, and cultivators can't see it unless they treat their eyes like before. After the 9 Milky Ways appear, the magical space inside will expand to its greatest extent. In the ancient times, this place used to be an inn and a restaurant. People from all over the realm of the gods gather here. Except for a small number of people who entered by accident, many people came here because of its reputation. This place has the most intoxicating scenery." Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment. "Isn't it beautiful to enjoy the scenery under the starry sky and drink to one's heart's content? Of course, I didn't say that. I heard it from others." Seeing that everyone's expressions were gradually becoming strange, Yin Nuoxing quickly waved her hand. Everyone knew that she didn't like drinking. The 10-meter-long boat carried everyone forward in the bluish-purple Milky Way. This boat wasn't carried by them, but was formed by the power of the stars in this place. It carried them to their destination. In this place filled with the power of the stars, those who weren't good at interacting with the power of the stars would easily get lost. They could only safely reach their destination by taking a small boat. Not long after, a bright light suddenly bloomed in front of them, causing everyone to habitually squint their eyes. The aura of the stars rapidly gathered around them, and transparent, illusionary scenes directly appeared in their minds. The boat under their feet also gently shook and slowly disintegrated. The weak vibration only lasted for a short while before it ended. Everyone once again felt that they were standing on solid ground. Many people shouted and roared in their ears. They slowly opened their eyes. What appeared in their line of sight was a place that was still rich in the power of the stars, like a paradise. The 9 rivers of stars transformed into 9 turbulent long rivers that quietly flowed through the sky. The ground was made of hard earth and stone, and it had been rearranged into the shape of a street. On both sides of the street, there were large and small houses, some of which seemed to be shops, some of which were palaces and lofts. From time to time, there was a rich aura of the stars gushing out of the ground, turning into a cloud of mist that dissipated in the air. It made this place look a little foggy. On the street, in the palaces, and in the lofts, many people could be seen chatting loudly. All kinds of divine birds and strange beasts flew past here, and their powerful auras made them involuntarily look sideways. It seems that after so many years, this place has changed a lot. Yinuashing chuckled and said softly, "It wasn't so prosperous in the past. There was a lively atmosphere all around." From time to time, some ferocious-looking strange beasts flew past in the sky. They had 2 horns on their heads, and their fur was like steel spikes. They seemed to be made of metal, and they were running away on all 4s. There was a strong smell of blood in their ferocious auras. That's a blood-Kirin beast, right? The one with a little bit of the Kirin bloodline. Yuanshi put his hand on his forehead and looked at the huge creature flying past in the sky. He then looked at the various demonic beasts and magical beasts that were crawling on the ground and even pulling carriages. He couldn't help but sigh. They are all rare divine birds and strange beasts. They're just like the streets here. Those who can come in and out of this place seem to be people of status. Naturally, they wouldn't lower their status when they go out. Nightmare could tell at a glance that this place wasn't simple and said softly, "The space here goes from 1 galaxy to 9 galaxies, and it keeps getting bigger. When the 9th galaxy appears, the space here will be stable for a long time, and then it will slowly shrink back to 1 galaxy, and then it will start over again." Yin Nuashing looked at the 9 silver rivers in the sky and said, "The 9 galaxies will last for a long time. You don't have to worry about this place suddenly shrinking. Even if it's going to shrink, there will be signs in advance. So, you don't have to worry. I don't really care about that. Anyway, you are here. Even if the sky falls, you will be able to hold it up." Yuanshi scratched his head and said, "I'm just curious about what you were looking for." "Huh?" Yin Nuashing was stunned. Everyone saw him widen his eyes with a look that said, "How did you know?" They couldn't help but sigh and say in unison, "Although you were a little playful, you didn't realize that you had a serious expression when you came in. It's like you were constipated. It's like you were looking at something that you don't dare to look at." Yin Nuashing was speechless. He poked his face with both hands and said, "Is it that obvious?" Everyone nodded helplessly. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. After a while, he couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, all right. You win. But don't worry, it's not a big deal. I once left a question here. I wanted to see if anyone could answer it after so many years." Question? Everyone was shocked. It was a good thing to have a question. There was nothing wrong with that. However, when the person with the question was a divine master, then it was a little big. What kind of question was worth a divine master staying here for thousands of years? Moreover, it even made the divine master himself feel a little uneasy. Well, they felt that they were thinking too much. However, when they saw Yin Nuashing's uneasy look, they couldn't help but think more. Well, had things that involved this guy been small? They didn't stop to rest on the way. Everyone rushed straight to the place that Yin Nuashing had pointed out. It was the center of this fantasy space. Even if the Milky Way shrank into a single line, this area wouldn't disappear. The things that stood here were also quite heavy. We have seen so many palaces and pavilions along the way. No matter how I look at them, they don't look like they were built quickly. Will the space here really shrink? Yuanshi couldn't help but ask as he looked around. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, "If you give enough materials, you can make those pavilions and palaces rise from the ground with a wave of your hand. When you want to leave, you can just put them in your pocket and take them away. Why do you need so much effort? The buildings that stand in the center of this area are all supported by powerful forces. The other spaces that will change due to the changes in the Milky Way belong to other forces. Unfortunately, the 9 divine temples aren't interested in meddling here. Therefore, there are no people here. As they spoke, they walked straight into a black area. The entire ground suddenly turned black. It wasn't right to call it black, because they could see spots of starlight on the ground. Above this black ground, there were transparent balls of light the size of a head floating in the air. They could vaguely see that there were some things in those balls of light. These balls of light were all left behind by people. This is a free exchange area. The things left behind can be a problem or an item that you want to exchange for. Others can also come here to solve the problems raised by the predecessors or complete the transactions left behind. Well, impatient people will probably go directly to the auction house or the trading area. Things that can be left behind to trade here are not ordinary things. Things that can be seen in ordinary markets definitely won't appear here. You can take a look for yourselves. When everyone heard this, they also picked up a ball of light out of curiosity. There was a line of words written in the ball of light and an item placed inside. It was obvious that this was the item used for trading. However, whether it was the item placed inside the ball of light or the item described in the ball of light, they had never heard of it before. Sure enough, things that could be placed here are not ordinary things. Yuanshi's face turned green. Aren't they afraid that they will be stolen by others by placing them here? This area is jointly protected by many powerful forces. If you don't want to end up being ganged up on by dozens of emperor gods, it's better to be honest, Yin Nuoxing said lightly. Everyone laughed dryly. Yin Nuoxing went directly to the center of this area, and everyone hurriedly followed behind. In the center of this black area, there was a black pillar. It was 10 meters tall and less than 10 feet thick. There were golden words flowing on it, and many of them were ancient words that no one could understand. This is used for some special people to leave messages. Some of the languages have spanned countless years, and some may only be a few 100 million years old. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. Special people. Of course, everyone knew that they were special people. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, they scanned the black pillar with curious eyes. Those golden words contained a very special rhythm. They were very profound and couldn't understand them. Of course, everyone felt that the problem was due to the language barrier. However, if they used their soul power to sense it, they seemed to be able to understand it. After all, there was a rhythm left behind. Naturally, people who spoke different languages wouldn't be unable to understand it. If that was the case, there would be no point in leaving behind a question. From this, it could be seen that the language of the soul was the universal language. After so many years, they could still use their soul power to sense it directly. There was a distance between the golden words. Some of the words that were close to the golden words were smaller. They seemed to be answers to the previous questions, and some answers were also written in golden words. This meant that the questioner and the questioner were both deities. Below some of the questions, there were many different answers. Moreover, there were many different kinds of words for the answers. It seemed that these were questions that spanned countless years. All of them searched slowly, and Ziyin instantly saw a line of extremely familiar handwriting at the top of the list. That's the question left behind by Quartermoon. It used to be left behind. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and pointed at the line of words at the top. Everyone also raised their heads and saw a very unique line of words. It carried a majestic power as it emanated from the golden words, causing everyone's expressions to turn serious. However, it was a pity that there was no answer below the majestic golden words. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. However, they saw that Yin Nuoxing's expression didn't change at all, and he didn't show it. Although he didn't say it, his heart must be empty. That question was so profound that no one could answer it. What's at the end of existence? What Xinhua left behind was in the language of the primordial era. It was a question that had been hanging there since the primordial era. It must have been seen by countless people, be they gods, deities, or celestial gods. However, no one could leave behind an answer. This question left even celestial gods at a loss. Had they reached the end of the road? It didn't seem to be. This empty answer wasn't out of Yin Nuoxing's expectations. He just waved his hand, and pulled everyone out of the gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. They laughed to divert their attention and left the black pillar. This is a common area. It's not as secretive as other places that deal with secrets. Be it questions or things left here, they can all be seen by others. If the person who asked the question comes here, they can make it disappear. Similarly, those who are waiting for the transaction here will disappear after the transaction is completed. As Yin spoke, he looked at the light orb beside him. He took out something from his pendant and put it in. After waiting for a while, the light orb lit up slightly, as if it was confirming something. He then took out something that was originally in the light orb. Although the things placed here can't be seen on the market, they aren't so secret that no one knows about them. If that's the case, there's no point in putting them here. The things placed here are very rare and precious items that can't be seen in auctions. Overall, the transaction can still be completed. After Yin completed the transaction, the light orb gradually sank and fell to the ground. This also meant that the task it represented had been completed. There were many such light orbs on the black ground, waiting for the owner to come forward and confirm it. Other than that, there are also some balls of light with some items inside. From the looks of it, it seemed like a bounty. There were also some questions that didn't have anything in them, just words. There were actually quite a few people who answered them, and most of them answered seriously. Unlike Yuan Shi and the others who had malicious guesses, there weren't any graffiti. Are there any remaining members of the glorious Holy Church from 300 million years ago? How do you cultivate the myriad lightning scripture? Where do you find more 9-color divine stones? Is there a strongest among the various stages of cultivation? If there is, how do you reach the strongest? Looking at the questions one after another, for some reason, everyone felt physically and mentally exhausted. More and more black lines appeared on their heads, unlike the listless looks of everyone else. Yin felt that it was very interesting and wrote down the answer seriously. When the light orb made a ding sound, the things inside it would fall out. Then, the light orb would sink to the black ground, as if it had completed a question. Once someone writes down the answer under the question, the person who left the question will sense it. If he feels that there's no problem with the answer, or that it's okay, then it's considered completed. Yin said, when you write down the question, leave behind a wisp of soul light. This way, you'll be able to know the answer you want at the first moment. The person who answers should also write with soul light, so that the person who left the question can't sense it. Well, some questions are also very nonsensical. Back then, Quarter Moon liked to come here to play very much. She looked at the pile of questions and wrote down the answers leisurely. She gained quite a lot in one night. In short, seeing that Yin was having fun by herself, everyone didn't want to disturb her. They could only wander around this black area and look at those questions and answers. They treated it as increasing their knowledge, and they did indeed see some very strange questions and answers. Question: how do you defy the heavens? Answer: find a place to lie down in the middle of the day after eating your fill. Answer: which family's little doll is letting his imagination run wild again? Cultivate properly. It's not your turn to do this kind of thing. Everyone was speechless. Did lying down in the middle of the day mean that they wanted him to daydream? This was such a serious place. From the lowest gods to the highest heavenly deities, there were strong practitioners of various stages who had left messages here. Was it really okay to ask such a strange question now? And there was actually someone who answered it. Could it be that they actually had nothing better to do? Chapter 9:36. This was a tranquil place. Dense dark green trees were neatly spaced apart in a certain area. The celestial pond overflowed with colorful light, accompanied by specks of starlight, and illuminated the lakeside. A circular pavilion stood on the side of the lake, and a long corridor extended from the shore to the pavilion. There were 2 or 3 people sitting in the pavilion, and melodious zither music drifted out from the pavilion, drifting along the lakeside, sparkling with celestial light. Groups of 2 or 3 people stood there, either chatting or drinking merrily. The people gathered here all had outstanding temperaments, and their life auras were extremely vigorous. Any one of them, if placed in a crowd, would be as bright as a star in the night sky. They stood out from the crowd. Whether it was temperament or strength, they were the best. These were all people of the younger generation, but they gathered here today to chat merrily. Most of them, or rather, Yin Nuashing didn't recognize any of them. Not to mention her. Even Yuan, she didn't recognize any of them. Nightmare and Qin Yin also shook their heads and shut their mouths. Although they were all people of the younger generation, the realm of the gods was too big, and it was normal that they didn't recognize each other. Even if some of them were very famous and their characteristics were known, they might not be able to recognize them even if they were floating in front of you, or even if they were standing right in front of you. They are all young people of the Kuan Yuan region. Not many of them have reached the initial divine level, and some of them are already over 100 years old. There's one there, Yin Nuashing said, pointing at the pavilion in the middle of the celestial pond with her chin. In the pavilion, a woman in green was gently stroking a zither, and the melodious zither music was drifting out from her. The melodious zither music, coupled with the young girl's excellent looks and the celestial light and starlight descending, was really pleasing to the eye. Idiot, why don't you disguise yourself and show off your skills? I'll dress you up. Chu Yingzhan looked at Yin Nuashing with a smile and pointed at the pavilion with Mei Mao as she said this with ill intentions. I'll beat you up. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. How could she come up with such a bad idea? After playing in the black message area, the group of people strolled around and were attracted by the melodious zither music. The main reason was that they didn't know where it was fun. Yin Nuashing also hadn't been here for a long time, so she didn't know where to go. She walked in just like that, and no one stopped them. When they came back to their senses, they were already standing beside this huge, immortal lake. Wonderful, wonderful. As expected of Fairy Qingyu. Just based on her musical attainments, no one in the younger generation can claim second place. At the end of the song, someone at the lakeside praised. The person in the pavilion chuckled softly. Her jade-like hand stroked the zither as she said, "You must be joking. The god world is vast. There's no lack of great powers that don't come out into the world. Among them, there are naturally true musical geniuses." Everyone thought that she was being modest, but Yin Nuashing could see a complicated expression in Qin Yu's eyes. It seemed that she wasn't being modest. Fairy, is the song you played one of the immortal emperor's 9 melodies? Qin Yu sighed softly and put down her hand. She shook her head and said, "The immortal emperor's 9 melodies has been lost for a long time. It was taken away by great figures in the past and disappeared from the world. It's hard to find it again. How could I possibly possess such a divine technique?" Chu Yingzhan and the others looked at Yin Nuashing quietly. The latter shrunk her neck and hurriedly waved her hands. "Don't look at me. I don't know anything. I've heard that in the Immortal King Valley outside the Azure Emperor City, there's an inheritance of the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies. As for which song it is, countless people have stepped into that place. Even god emperors have personally gone there, but I've never heard of anyone obtaining anything from it. The melody lingers in the Immortal King Valley. It's like weeping and complaining. It has been going on for tens of thousands of years. The expert who once said that the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies was passed away with the wind. It's just that we don't know if it's true or not." Everyone sighed. Even god emperors have personally verified it. It shouldn't be wrong. As for how he obtained it, he might have been mistaken all along. How could it be so easy to uncover a divine technique left behind by an expert of the past? At the lakeside, the sounds of discussion suddenly stopped. It was as if everyone had thought of something. They all turned their gazes towards a single person. He stood alone at the lakeside with his hands behind his back. He wasn't very tall, but he was very slender. His long brown hair fell to his waist. He had a scholarly face, but his eyes were filled with majesty. His black pupils gave people a strange feeling of oppression. In the space around him, there was a strange energy circulating. Even the starlight was distorted because of him. "Brother Emperor of War, you're one of the 6 dark generals of the Kuan Yuan region. You should be very clear about the matters of the Kuan Yuan region, right? Just like the 9 kings of the Divine Land, the 6 dark generals of the Kuan Yuan region were just a title for the younger generation in this large region. However, the younger generation here wasn't limited to Yao Hua's age. Those who were as young as 20 years old and as old as thousands of years old could all be counted in this generation. Because the span was a little too big, people divided the younger generation into the first, second, and third generations. Yin Nuoxing and the others belonged to the third generation. Most of them were at the demigod realm. The second generation might have just entered the initial god realm. As for the first generation, just like this Emperor of War of the Kuan Yuan region, their cultivation was already at the ultimate god realm or even the divine king realm. The two words, Emperor of War, were just a codename. Sometimes, a codename was more widely known than one's real name. This was especially true for those who were on the young sovereign list. The four words, Emperor of War of the Kuan Yuan region, were always more widely known than one's real name. Take Yin Nuoxing, for example. It would take a long time for people to connect the dots just by saying his name. However, when the words divine body of spiritual reception were mentioned, almost everyone could understand it. The Emperor of War was already an expert at the level of divine king. He was the young sovereign of the Kuan Yuan region and one of the 6 dark generals. This position, as well as the positions on the young sovereign list of the other regions, would probably not change for a long time. This referred to the first generation of the rankings. The second and third generations were another matter. At this moment, when he heard the crowd mention him, the Emperor of War slowly turned his head and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. He narrowed his eyes and said, "That's right. The elders of the Emperor of War Palace have mentioned that there's indeed a type of immortal Emperor 9 tunes hidden there. Moreover, it should be a type of tune that is good for war and killing. The rhythm that comes from the immortal King Valley is full of fighting spirit. Only experts at the level of gods can resist it." After that, the Emperor of War said again, "This is not a secret. If you're interested, you can go and take a look. Maybe you will be lucky enough to inherit it." There was a hint of mockery in his words. Everyone smiled helplessly. Since ancient times, countless people had coveted that war song. If it could be obtained so easily, it wouldn't have been left there for so many years without being taken away. Battle tune? Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while and murmured in a low voice, "In the Immortal Emperor 9 tunes, there are only Heaven Battle Song and Immortal King Battle Song. That place is called the Immortal King Valley. Could it be that the Immortal King Battle Song is there?" Seeing that he was deep in thought, Chu Yingzhan also said, "Why? Are you not interested in the battle tune?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. She shook her head and said, "If it's a battle tune, yes, it's more like a battle tune used to assist a group. It's used in war. The two battle tunes have their own unique background stories. They were both born during the war. They were the natal divine tunes performed by the divine musicians on the battlefield at that time." The scene suddenly quieted down. Yin Nuoxing and Xian, who had stopped talking, were also stunned. They looked around and found that many people were looking at them. They were slightly stunned and then felt a little embarrassed. The strength of the people here was quite high. Even though they had lowered their voices, it seemed that they were still heard. "Fairies, you seem to have seen something. I wonder if you can share with us?" Some people stood up one after another and cupped their hands. They could see that Yin Nuoxing and her group were not weak. Even the Kuan Yuan Emperor of War looked over with great attention. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Xian and the other girls gave her a look that said, "You deserve it." She said, "Who asked you not to speak in your soul?" Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and shook her head helplessly. She casually returned a bow, and her clear voice slowly floated out. "In the past, at the beginning of the primordial era, around the 623rd era, the war between the god world and the demon world spread across the entire god world. No one in the world could stay out of it. In the primordial era, the rules of heaven and earth had not weakened yet. There were as many god realm experts as there was sand in the sea. The war between the god realm experts and the demon world became more and more intense day by day. It was also a high-level battle that decided the fate of the god world and the demon world." Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment and organized her words. The demon world was not smaller than the god world. There were tens of thousands of races in the demon world, but because they were not united, they fought both the god world and the demon world at the same time. It was a very chaotic place. However, the chaos there also gave birth to many super experts. In terms of peak strength, the god world did not have as many god realm experts as the demon world. Therefore, the god world side was defeated by the god world side. Just as the god world side was about to be completely defeated, a god realm expert named Immortal King appeared. He was a heavenly music god who specialized in music. He sacrificed his god life and used his heart and soul to play his life song. The Immortal King's battle song reignited the blood of the god world's heavenly gods. They retrained their swords, burned their god blood, and fought the demon world's heavenly demon gods. They did not stop until the void collapsed. Even the god world was almost destroyed in that battle. The Immortal King's battle song burned his own body, and his god blood dyed the void red. It allowed the god world side to barely repel all the experts of the demon world, even though they had 3 times the number of the god world's heavenly gods. Today, there's still a small area of chaos left in the void battlefield that cannot be repaired. That area recorded the devastating battle that once took place. That battle was the battle that made the Immortal King famous. It was also his last battle. Since then, the name Immortal King's battle song has spread across the god world. Even the demon world's legend has been left behind. However, the great battle that took place in that era destroyed the Immortal King and the forces behind him. The Immortal King's battle song was also judged to be lost for a long time. After Yin Nuashing finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The atmosphere fell into a trough. They had only heard about the Immortal Emperor's 9 songs, but none of them knew about one of the songs. They only knew that the 9 songs were divine arts in music, but they did not know that there was such a heroic story behind it. A battle song was indeed a battle song, something that happened in that distant era of war. You make it sound like it's real, Chu Yingzhan muttered in her soul. It's real. To you and to me, it's just a story. But it's something that actually happened. Yin Nuashing had learned to be smart this time. She said in her soul and sighed. In the past, when Quarter Moon was still weak, he descended at the beginning of the 62nd era. He was lucky enough to survive the great battle between the god world and the demon world. He recorded a lot of things that happened in the great battle. Even though no one knew about these stories, he only recorded them silently. At that time, the god realm was something unreachable to him. Who would have thought that many years later, he would become a god realm himself? Chu Yingzhan was speechless this time. She lowered her head and muttered to herself. Fortunately, this matter was over after a while, and no one looked into it. The atmosphere here became lively again. What was different from the beginning was that many people began to pay attention to Yin Nuashing and her group. They wanted to see some characteristics of this group of people, but no one could recognize them. If there were people from the Divine Prefecture here, there should be someone who could recognize Yin Nuashing. After all, her characteristics were too conspicuous. In the end, if the complete Immortal Emperor's 9 melodies does not meet the performance requirements of the 9 melodies, but wants to display its full power, there is bound to be a price to pay. The Immortal King himself was an exception. He sublimated himself to the limit and displayed more than 100% of his power. However, he also burned his life completely. That was why he won the decisive battle that time. Since ancient times, the celestial realm and the demon world have fought countless times, but the demon world has never won. This is partly because of their own reasons. However, behind every great war, there are also many heroic deeds that are worthy of praise and tears. Many of these are remembered, but even more are unknown and disappeared in the torrent of history. Even if some of them change the direction of the whole world, they might not be remembered. When Yin Nuashing said this, she could not help but sigh in her heart. You're also one of them. You saved the celestial realm twice, but in the end, you didn't even leave behind a fart. Chu Yingzhan said indifferently in her soul, holding her chin with her jade-like hand as she looked at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and said, "Remember me, for what? Quarter Moon did not save the celestial realm. He even contributed to the destruction of the celestial realm. When the 10,000 worlds attacked that time, he wiped out all the lives that were attached to the celestial realm, leaving only a continent here. But if he didn't do that at that time, the celestial realm would have been destroyed, wouldn't it? Yuan, she said. Yin Nuoxing fell silent. After a moment, she let out a long sigh and said, "Who knows? Let's not talk about this. It's so annoying." After awkwardly stopping the topic, Yin Nuoxing turned to look at the first-generation emperor of war of Kuan Yuan. The strength of a divine king was considered quite strong among the younger generation of the celestial realm. He was the kind that could be ranked among the top. Yin Nuoxing's pair of strange eyes directly saw through his origin. He was a rare crystal energy carrier. His bones were a faint golden color, but there was nothing special about his bloodline. However, this also surprised Yin Nuoxing. Up until now, other than the people around him, he had only seen one crystal energy carrier, and that was the first-generation emperor of war of Kuan Yuan. It seemed that this guy had a lot of things going on behind the scenes. Brother Emperor of War, it's almost time for that strange place. Do you also plan to challenge a deeper level this year? Someone suddenly said. Yin Nuoxing just wanted to change the topic. At this time, she could not help but ask, "Strange place?" Well, it's not a secret. Many people know that Brother Emperor of War is a person with great perseverance. He once suffered in the yin-yang world for a month and transformed his energy carrier into a crystal. He also used this to let his divine essence be tainted with a wisp of blazing sun chi. The aura he released when facing enemies was comparable to the temperature of the low-ranked divine flames. Even his physical body was refined. Qing Yu sighed softly. It's just a bluff. At that time, he was also harmed by others and was trapped in the yin-yang world for a month. It was a fate worse than death. The Emperor of War sighed and shook his head. That yin-yang world is just outside Aqua Cloud City. However, I suggest that you try it after your cultivation reaches novice divinity. Demigods' bodies have not been completely transformed by divinity and may not be able to endure the harshness of that place. But that's nothing. We cultivators are afraid of death and hardship in the path of cultivation. It's better to just cut ourselves off and become mortals. There are many natural places for tempering the body and spirit. The realm of the gods is vast, and there would always be places where energy gathers densely, giving birth to strange terrains. Those places can be found if you look carefully. The elders of various sects and clans are very experienced, and you might find a way out if you ask them. The yin-yang world is like a tai chi that divides two areas. The energy is yin and yang, and they are two extremes. The closer you are to the center, the more violent the energy is. If you're not careful, you will die inside. I have been there many times in the past few years, and now the yin-yang world's tempering effect on me has been greatly reduced. There is no more effect in the center. The Emperor of War's faint voice caused a flurry of discussion. Yin Nuoxing did not listen to anything else. When he heard the three words yin-yang world, he thought of something, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. What did you think of? What a disgusting smile. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's somewhat wretched smile, Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched, and she could not help but ask, "The three holy treasures of yin-yang world. Have you heard of them?" Yin Nuoxing grinned. Ziyin and the others looked at each other, shrugged, and shook their heads to show that they had never heard of them. Then, seeing Yin Nuoxing's sinister smile and keeping them in suspense, they all rolled up their sleeves at the same time. "Ahem, calm down." Before he was beaten up, Yin Nuoxing hurriedly coughed, took a deep breath, and said, "Yin-yang world is composed of two types of energy, such as extreme heat and extreme cold. For example, light and darkness, fire and ice. The purest yin-yang world is composed of the orthodox yin and yang qi, and its scale is determined by the density of the two types of energy. In a large yin-yang world, three kinds of things that even gods covet will be born." Yin Nuoxing raised 3 fingers. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The first is the twin divine materials, the 12th level gods' exclusive materials, sun blood crystal and extreme yin ice crystal. The second is the twin divine flames, the 22nd on the divine flames list, the fire of the sun, and the 23rd on the divine flames list, the extreme fire. The third, and also the most precious, twin chi, profound yang chi and profound yin chi. These two are even more precious than the two divine flames. Hearing the words that came out of Yin Nuoxing's mouth, everyone was very calm at first, but they slowly became sluggish toward the end, until they were completely dumbfounded. They all knew about the sun blood crystal and the extreme yin ice crystal, and they had even seen them before. Yin Nuoxing had them, so they ignored them. They all knew that these things were exclusive materials of the 12th level gods, and they could be used to forge eternal divine weapons, but they couldn't use them, nor could they covet them. As for the 22nd and 23rd divine flames on the divine flames list, even though they had reached the initial god realm, they still felt that this kind of plaything was still far away from them. Moreover, they weren't people who would force themselves to obtain divine flames. That level of divine flame could even burn Emperor God experts to ashes. As for the twin energy, none of them understood, and they didn't know what it was for. Seeing everyone's dumbfounded expression, Yin Nuoxing also felt a slight headache. After thinking for a long time, he said, "Have you heard of the 4 treasures of heaven and earth?" I know. Chu Yingjian replied excitedly in his soul. "The 4 treasures of heaven and earth, the heart of earth, the eye of ocean, the breath of sky, and the sea of consciousness. These 4 mysterious things are collectively called the 4 treasures of heaven and earth, and they're the secret treasures of secret treasures. With one of them, you could transform to a very powerful level. As for how to transform, well, I don't have any of them, so I don't know." Yin Nuoxing wanted to say that he had 3 of them, but when he thought about Chu Yingjian's reaction after being stimulated, he decided not to. Hence, he directly said, "The breath of sky is a kind of qi, and it's not inferior to the mysterious yang qi and mysterious yin qi that I just mentioned. So what's the use of it?" Yuan Shi scratched his head. He had no idea what this so-called qi was used for. Yin Nuoxing fell silent. After a while, he turned his face away and said, "It strengthens the energy circulation in the body." Everyone was shocked. I'm joking. Yin Nuoxing hurriedly waved his hand. He was a little distressed and didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, he still explained, "You know that you can continuously add formations to weapons to strengthen them when forging weapons, right?" Everyone nodded. Whether it's the mysterious yin qi, the mysterious yang qi, or the breath of sky, these strange qi things are a kind of strengthening formation, and the body is the weapon. By pinching them together, you can give the weapon a special power attribute and strengthen all aspects. Do you understand now? Yin Nuoxing's face twitched as he spouted nonsense. Then, everyone had an "oh." They would have understood if he had said that earlier. Chapter 9:37. Everyone was not clear about the specifics, but at least they knew that this thing was not simple. For Yin Nuoxing to place it before the divine flame, one could see how precious it was. However, even that idiot himself could not explain it clearly. Perhaps they would only know the details when they saw it. After all, judging from Yin Nuoxing's behavior, it was obvious that she wanted to make a trip there as well. Yin Nuoxing and her group were talking excitedly, but they did not realize that the group of people by the divine lake was also getting excited. Their voices were a little noisy, and they had no choice but to raise their heads and look around. Then, they saw a group of people surrounding the Kun Yuan Emperor of War. In front of the latter, there was a figure looking at him quietly. When their eyes met, energy sparks bloomed. The person who suddenly came here was a woman. Her skin was fair, and she was as ethereal as a bright moon. Spots of brilliance sprinkled from her body, and her beautiful face was calm and indifferent. Mei Mao stared at the Kun Yuan Emperor of War, as if she was looking at her prey. Her expression was cold and unfriendly, and the slight curve of her red lips made this scene even more wild and cold. From the discussion of the group of people beside them, they learned that this beautiful woman who suddenly appeared was one of the people on the Kun Yuan Supreme list, one of the 6 demon generals. Her name was Zemo Zihan, and she was also known as the Emperor's Strength. She controlled the metal element and the fire element. The latter was condensed after reaching the initial god level. This woman seemed to focus on the cultivation of strength. She could break through all techniques with her strength, hence her name. Moreover, this woman's energy carrier was also a crystal. In the early years, she had fought with the Emperor of War several times, but there was no clear winner. When the two met, they were like enemies, and their eyes were exceptionally red. The younger generation of supreme martial artists all seemed to use crystals as their energy carriers, Yin Nuoxing said, and turned her gaze to Yuan Shi and the others. Yuan Shi shrugged helplessly. It takes a lot of effort to change the energy carrier, and it's not that easy. Look at Jin Wang and the others. They're only in the solid state, while Palace Master Jin and Elder Jin are in the crystal state. Every major force has their own unique way to cultivate the carrier into a crystal, but it takes a lot of effort. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Chu Yingzhan, who was beside her, was also lying on the table gloomily. She said, "It's not that easy. Back then, I spent 5 years doing nothing but condensing energy, hoping to condense the carrier into a crystal. In the end, you all saw it. This thing is just a stinky rock." Chu Yingzhan propped herself up and asked Xian, "By the way, what's the difference between a crystal and a solid?" The crystal carrier is formed by the fusion of the will of elemental elements. It can't be formed by simply condensing energy. Xian gave a simple answer. Then he pondered for a while and said, "If we're talking about the energy capacity, it's about 15 times more than a solid. Mine is about 15 times more. What about brother?" Ming looked at Yin Nuoxing. "Me?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. After a while, she said with a strange expression, "My crystal carrier is a little special. It has been recast many times due to many factors and conditions. Also, because of the elements." Before Yin Nuoxing could give an answer, Chu Yingzhan urged her, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and give an answer." "All right, it's about 200 times more than a normal crystal." Everyone, As you all know, a crystal is formed by the fusion of the will of elemental elements. I have 10 types. Including the mutated ones, I have 12 types of elements. I've eaten some fairies' food before. Some of them are related to energy carriers. At that time, I even used the Rainbow Aurora Celestial Pond to reconstruct my body. I also made some carriers while I was at it. Also, I'm cultivating the glazed mirror. The glazed mirror uses the glazed divine crystal to reconstruct my body, including my meridians and energy carriers. After Yin Nuoxing finished speaking, she didn't care about everyone's stunned expressions. She sighed heavily. "In other words, my cultivation speed has to be 200 times faster than all of you in order to maintain the same speed. Although the 12 elements, divine soul, and spirit have increased my cultivation speed by a lot, it's still not 200 times. That's why my cultivation speed is a little slower than all of you. Now I know why you're so crazy. This level of transformation, your energy capacity alone is more than all of us right now, right?" Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. Yin Nuoxing calculated with her fingers. After a moment, she nodded seriously. "It's about the same as your divine venerable level. If it's a crystal, it's about the same as your deity's 7 or 8 transformation. After all, the gap between demigod and beginner deity is a little too big. This guy is really not human." Chu Yingzhan and the others were speechless. After Yin Nuoxing and the others finished talking, Emperor Might and the Emperor of War, who were inexplicably in a standoff, relaxed. If the two really released their auras, not many people here would be able to withstand it. Mo Zihan was not here to go tit for tat with him. She brought a piece of news that made her feel the pressure of this world, and her heart was particularly heavy. Mo Zihan took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at the crowd, saying, "You may not know at this time, but I've received the latest news. During the Taiyuan Grand Conference, someone from the demon world came and issued a notice that they will return to the celestial realm in 10 years. Now, I've received reliable news that in a year, the demon world will descend. Its location is just north of the northern wilderness, and it will extend all the way to the northern ice realm. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. Obviously, they had not received this news before. Now that they heard it, their expressions became particularly serious. Yin Nuashing and the others had already known about it. Or rather, he was the one who passed the news to the Golden Princess and the others, and the latter passed it on to the others. After a few days, the news finally reached the Kuan Yuan region. Considering the vastness of the celestial realm, this speed was actually very fast. If it was an urgent matter, such as the demon world appearance tomorrow, it would probably spread to every corner of the celestial realm in half a day. When the demon world descends, all the strong people in the world will not be able to protect themselves. The higher-ups will have their own battles, and the juniors will have their own battles. I'm afraid that a slight move in one part will affect the whole situation. The Emperor of War muttered. Mo Zihan shook her head and said, during the Taiyuan Grand Assembly, the news spread that the demon world's descent is not for war. This time, it has appeared, and thousands of races coexist. They just want to go to the part of the land that I mentioned just now. The leader of the phaseless cult has also agreed to this. That piece of land is not of much use to us humans. When the Emperor of War heard this, he frowned at first. However, after thinking about it carefully, he nodded slightly and said, is the news that the demon world will descend in a year's time accurate? Where did you hear it from? It's absolutely true. This news was passed to the phaseless cult by a celestial master from the Nine Gods Temple. Then, the phaseless cult spread the news. Mo Zihan nodded with a serious expression. Yin Nuashing's head tilted to the side, and she almost slipped off her chair. Xian, Chu Yingzhan, and the others also covered their mouths to stifle their laughter. However, it was indeed more appropriate for a celestial master to say this. Celestial masters were originally people who were related to the mysteries of the heavens. Most of the mysterious things that came out of their mouths were very convincing, no matter how unbelievable it was. Demon world, demon race. Although I don't know why, when these words are mentioned, I feel like my blood is burning. I feel like I hate them. Someone couldn't help but clench his fist, and the expression on his face was slightly distorted. You might have heard too much about the demon world from your sect. The celestial realm and the demon world have been at war for so many years. Anyway, when the time comes, we'll just hit them in the face. That person smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is not my subjective opinion. I just got angry for no reason and want to fight them. Hearing this, everyone present felt a little awkward. They had never seen such a strange symptom before. Maybe it's the brand of your bloodline. A clear and indifferent voice attracted everyone's attention. They all turned their heads and focused their gazes on Yin Nuashing and the others who had been sitting there without moving from the beginning to the end, causing everyone to be stunned. That person just said that the celestial realm and the demon world have been at war for so many years, and the interval between each battle is not very long. At least one battle every 10 million years, and at most 1 or 2 eras. Yin Nuashing elegantly raised his teacup and said faintly, maybe it's because your family has been at war with the demon race in the past, and it was a very long battle that involved the entire family. Because of that, when your family talks about the demon race, you will have an automatic reaction. This kind of action has been branded into your bloodline and has become a kind of instinct. Even if the situation changes with the passage of time and your bloodline has become strange, the brand will not change. As long as you're still a member of that family, you can go back and look at your family's genealogy and compare it with the history of this era. Who knows, there might be records of your family fighting against the demon race. The scene became quiet again. Xian couldn't help but poke Yin Nuashing's waist with his finger and said softly, "You're talking so much. Is it okay to attract people's attention? Don't worry, no one will recognize me." Yin Nuashing smiled faintly and said, "I'm imitating Ming's nature of blurred recognition. Although you don't think much of it because you're all familiar with me, it's very easy for people who don't know me to forget me when they see me." Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this. Ming tilted his head and looked at Yin Nuashing carefully. It was only then that he realized that his face was indeed a little blurry when he looked at it. Qingyu slowly got up and walked towards Yin Nuoxing and the others. She smiled and cupped her hands and said, "This little sister is very knowledgeable. May I know where you are all from?" Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He really wasn't used to it, but he couldn't do anything about his appearance. Even if he wasn't used to it, he could only accept it. It's fine if you're called that many times. Yuan Shi and Nightmare also had strange expressions on their faces. Are we included in that group? Or are we just ignored? Just treat it as if you're ignored. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. There were 10 people sitting here. Was he going to call all of them in one go? Oh. Yin Nuoxing returned the greeting with a gentle smile on his face. That beautiful and refined smile made some of the men stagnate. My name is Uxin. We're from the Divine Prefecture. After thinking about it, Yin Nuoxing felt that it was better to say that he was from the Divine Prefecture. More than half of them were originally from the Divine Prefecture. Other than Yu who was from the Demon World, and Chu Yingzhan, who was from the Azure Emperor City of the Kuan-Yuan region. The others were all from the Divine Prefecture. In the end, he added, "We're here to have fun." As for the name, Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others in his soul were already in an uproar. They looked at him with all kinds of expressions. They even suspected that this guy was addicted to pretending to be a girl. Sister Uxin, you seem to know a lot about the war between the God Realm and the Demon World. Qingyu smiled casually. Although she appeared to be very polite, everyone knew that the power behind her was not simple. Not really, I know a little. I've stepped into countless dilapidated battlefields left behind in the God Realm. I've seen the ruins of the gods. I've seen the capital of life turn into dust. I've seen the prosperous cities forever isolated from the world. The oceans turned to dust, and time dried up. Those ruins that no one cared about. They silently told us everything that had happened in the past. Yin Nuoxing raised his cup to her and drank it in one gulp. Although it was just tea, he had the ethereal aura of a fairy. It was given by the lapis lazuli, which made him look very distant. His soft voice immediately brought everyone into a state of reminiscence. "Fairy, do you know why the demon race fought?" The Emperor of War clasped his hands and asked with a smile. "There's no other reason. It's just to survive." Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes as if he had entered a state of deep thought. The demon world is chaotic. There are no stars, no sun, and the sky is dark and gloomy. Although it's larger than the God Realm, it's ruthlessly divided into thousands of pieces by the strong. It's like floating islands that are separated from each other. The demon world's environment is not suitable for ordinary people to live in. The mortals who live there only have less than 30 years of lifespan. Countless demon race members desperately cultivate in order to survive. Only cultivation can prolong their miserable lives. One day, they found a purer and cleaner world. That world has the normal laws of heaven and earth, and it's suitable for most living beings to live in. So, the demon race launched an attack. That world is our God Realm. Everyone was astonished. They were very shocked. So that's what happened. You think it's very inconceivable? The reason for most of the wars is so simple that it makes one's hair stand up in anger. They want to survive. The demon race members wanted a better place to live, so they attacked the God Realm. The weak people wanted to live and not be bullied. After millions of years, they became a high and mighty God Emperor powerhouse. The original reason for all of these things is that they want to live. It's just that the demon race has been attacking the God Realm for so many years, but they never got what they wanted. The people of our God Realm also became angry because of their invasion. In the end, it became an old grudge. Generation after generation, the war involved the whole world, the whole era, until the last person. No one side will compromise. The God Realm thought that the people of the demon world came to burn, kill, and plunder. The demon world thought that the people of the God Realm wanted to exterminate them. This war is also because of this simple reason, and it has been fought from that ancient era until today. I seem to have heard this from some old scholars. At that time, many people scoffed at it and thought that it was nonsense. The Emperor of War was slightly stunned. It's true. It's just that the things that happened were very far away from us, and there are many factors involved. The farther away the things are, the more distorted it will be when it reaches our ears. Yin Nuoxing said faintly, as the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. The war between the God realm and the demon world started so long ago, and it has been fought until today. However, the God realm is still the God realm. Is it because the people of the demon world have never won? Someone asked carefully. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and sighed. It's the opposite. The God realm almost always loses miserably every time. Everyone was stunned. The demon race was so powerful. The God realm had never won a single battle. But the God realm was still in good condition, and there were no traces of the demon race. Even now, there are traces of the demon race in the God realm. Even if there are traces of them, you wouldn't know because their numbers are too small. How many races are there in the God realm? There are all kinds of strange life forms, and the human race also has some strange branch races. The demon race will hide their special characteristics slightly, and I guarantee that no one will recognize them. Yin Nuoxing said faintly, a few years ago, I caught a demon race member. Well, in the end, I threw him into the mountains to feed the demonic beasts. Everyone blushed with shame. The folklore of the devil world. Let's call it folklore for the time being. If you don't cultivate, you won't be able to survive. Even among the mortals, there are many people who are in control of power. The people of Devil World are born as Devil World experts, but they have to gradually master their own power until they completely master the power of Devil World. This step is countless times easier than us cultivating to Devil World. Hiss. Being born as demon rank experts, this customs is really strong. Everyone felt their teeth ache. Because of all these reasons, the quality and quantity of experts in the demon world are better than the relatively peaceful God realm. This is the case for both the upper echelons and the core forces. The God realm is still able to survive until now. I have to say that they are very lucky. Of course, the God realm is lucky because of their luck. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a while, then added, our God realm has those super divine weapons. Everyone immediately understood that he was referring to those on the divine weapon ranking. Not only the divine sword record, there were also other divine weapons. Among them, only the divine sword record was qualified as a record purely because there were too many divine swords and they were too powerful. Only then did they qualify as a record. Furthermore, they were the 12 most mysterious divine weapons, and very few people had seen them before. Other than the divine sword record, the divine weapon ranking has a total of 36 divine weapons recorded. Now, some of them are hidden in the famed mountains and forbidden lands, using the energy there to repair themselves. Divine weapons have self-awareness, and self-repair requires a huge amount of energy. After they are repaired, they will not leave on their own and will hide in some places. As for why they are damaged, combined with what I said about the God realm being lucky, do you think it's something? Yin Nuoxing said while holding his chin. Everyone shuddered. In the past, when the God realm and the demon world were at war, did someone use a divine weapon to fight against the demon race experts? The battle caused the sky to shatter and the earth to shatter, until even the divine weapon was damaged? It's more or less what you think. Yin Nuoxing said faintly. Let's talk about the recent events. A few years ago, during the battle between the God realm and the demon world, the owner of the Sword of Time was an expert who was infinitely close to the God realm. In the largest scale battle, he used a power that was beyond his control, causing the Sword of Time to go berserk and almost cut off part of the River of Time. In that great battle, the might of the Sword of Time killed 100 demon gods of the demon race. Unfortunately, the Sword of Time also collapsed because of that. As a God Emperor, killing 100 demon gods by himself, even if they were experts who were infinitely close to the God Emperor level, could be said to be a glorious achievement. It would leave an extremely brilliant mark in history. It's just that this time, the demon world has appeared, and it's the end of this era. Yin Nuoxing frowned. Everyone could see some worry on his face. Little sister, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. Seeing that Yin Nuoxing was a little hesitant, Qing Yu couldn't help but smile and say. The others also nodded. Say, for the god realm to be able to give birth to such a miraculous thing, with the size and other conditions of the demon world, other than the natural order of the world, it's not inferior to the god realm. How could they not have such a divine weapon? However, I've visited many places in the god realm and entered the void, but I've never seen any terrifying damage left behind by the demon race's experts. All of the damages were caused by the god realm's experts using divine weapons. My clan's master of divination told me that although the demon race's experts came with the title of 10,000 races coexistence, they came prepared. This time, no one in the god realm will be able to stay out of harm's way. The battle that's supposed to happen will not disappear. Everyone's heart trembled again, but after a moment, they felt relieved. No one would investigate the reason for the battle between the demon world and the god realm. Even if they knew the reason, it wouldn't change the fact that the two realms were going to fight each other. To the people of the two realms, peaceful coexistence was nothing more than nonsense. It was better for the experts of the god realm to be prepared. The changes in the stars point to the omen of disaster. The star of calamity has descended, and the great era is coming. The descendants of the gods will also appear with the awakening of the great era. In the future, there will be endless turbulence, and the boundary between chaos and balance will be broken. When the time comes, the world will be in chaos, and chaos will reign supreme. This world will never be peaceful. Yin Nuashing murmured and passed this sentence to everyone's ears. The descendants of the gods. Everyone's expression slightly trembled. Even the Emperor of War, Kuan Yuan, and the others narrowed their eyes. In the god realm, the gods had yet to appear, and the emperors were the most important. Would the chaos this time make those dormant gods appear in this world again? No one can stay out of harm's way, and no one can watch with folded arms. This world will never be peaceful. This sentence appeared in everyone's mind at the same time, and they couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 9:38. After a few words, everyone was filled with all kinds of emotions. First, there was the announcement of the 9 divine temples that the demon world would appear a year later. Then, there was the strange words of this little sister who seemed to be knowledgeable about the past and present. This made everyone's emotions surge, and their gazes turn strange. What was going to happen would happen in the end. There was no way to escape from it. The grudge between the two worlds had lasted from the ancient era until today. No one knew how many heavenly gods had fallen. In this era, no one knew how many powerful people, how many supreme geniuses would fall in this chaotic whirlpool. The outstanding talents of each race, the geniuses of each race, and many other talented people would be overshadowed by the upcoming gray world. The demon world would definitely not lack such people. Why are you trying to scare people like that? Looking at the lakeside, many people gradually left with complicated emotions. Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Let's see how they react. Yin Nuashing was still holding her chin. She held the teacup in her hand and kept looking at it. Then, she tilted the teacup and poured the tea on the ground. She said faintly, in the past, the god world really didn't win many times. In this era, they won once. At that time, the 9 Shrine gave birth to a young god. The world respected the god world. The demon world and the demon world went into hibernation and retreated pathetically. In the future, many people will die. Everyone present couldn't sit still anymore. They all said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. The things they learned today made them feel very heavy. They had to spread the news as soon as possible. Over at the god world, isn't there also internal and external troubles? Yin Nuashing gently placed the teacup back on the table and said, "It's human nature to be like this. Even in the face of a calamity, they are still calculating their own little bits and pieces. The demon world is also facing internal and external troubles, but they are all fighting for their own living space. War has always been a gamble. In terms of fighting style, the demon race is much stronger." He sighed and rubbed Yu's head. Yu happily turned her head and rubbed it against Yin Nuashing's hand. She agreed with his words. Yes, they fight very fiercely. They're all very good at fighting with their lives on the line. However, they don't seem to be as good as Brother Yin. Brother Yun's way of fighting with his life will probably scare Father and the others to death. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened, while Xian and the others muttered softly, "See, even the demons are afraid of the way you play with your life. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yin Nuoxing held Yu Er's face in his hands and kneaded it into all kinds of funny shapes. When he heard the little girl mumbling incoherently, he couldn't help but laugh. He patted her round face and said, "Let's go. The banquet is over." The group left the celestial lake and flew towards the 9 hanging Milky Way in the sky. They rushed straight into it, and when the silver light flashed, they narrowed their eyes. When they opened them again, the 9 hanging silver curtains had appeared in front of them. The night was still deep, and it wasn't dawn yet. Yin Nuoxing didn't stay for long. He threw out the nether void sword and led the group away in a flash. After circling around Spirit State City, Yin Nuoxing finally found the entrance. The lake was still the same lake, and the grassland was still as green. The sky was full of stars, and they were reflected in the vast sea. It was as if they could see the Milky Way with specks of starlight. The huge black metal pillar was covered with dense golden runes, dyeing it golden all over. In the sky, the edge of a huge magic array appeared. It wasn't the same as what they saw in the 9 divine temples. Because there was only one pillar of creation here, only a part of the magic array appeared. But even so, it was still so mysterious that it made everyone feel dizzy just by looking at it. It wasn't something they could understand. The Saint Spirit magic array of the Kuan Yuan region was damaged in a similar way as the Great Chaos magic array. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the bright golden magic array in the sky and nodded. But he didn't let Yishi do anything. He sat there and wrote and drew. Yishi was confused. It seemed that the magic array of the Kuan Yuan region wasn't as easily repaired as the one in the Divine Prefecture. Buzz! Suddenly, the pillar of creation made a crisp, buzzing sound. The golden runes that covered the entire pillar gradually dimmed, but they didn't disappear completely. In the golden magic array in the sky, the transparent crack didn't fade away as expected. The fan-shaped magic array also gradually dimmed, as if its energy had disappeared. Yin Nuoxing clapped his hands. He wasn't surprised by this change. He just said, "That's all. If we want to repair the magic array, we have to activate the other pillars of creation. Now, we're just adjusting it to a silent state. When the other pillars of creation are activated, it will be activated together and self-repair. That part of the ancient law fragments will be integrated into the last pillar of creation that we adjusted." "You can do that?" Yishi scratched his head. This was beyond the scope of magic arrays. Yes. As if seeing Yishi's confusion, Yin Nuoxing smiled. "This isn't an ordinary magic array. The Great Guardian Magic Array is a magic array of the laws of heaven and earth. It's equivalent to the laws and order of the realm of the gods. You can't look at it like an ordinary magic array." Yin Nuoxing stood up and opened his arms. "This is a miracle, a man-made miracle." Yishi rolled her eyes. She stroked her black hair and said, "Who would be so intoxicated by praising themselves?" Yin Nuoxing laughed. "This isn't just mine. It's everyone's credit. It's the model of the laws of heaven and earth that the 10 of us gods worked together to change. I'm just the one who proposed the plan. In the end, it's everyone who perfected it." "Big Brother Nuo, do you miss them?" Yishi seemed to be able to sense the loneliness in Yin Nuoxing's heart. "Yes." Yin Nuoxing's expression trembled slightly. His eyes dimmed slightly. However, a short moment later, he smiled again. It was just that his smile was somewhat forced. "I'm still alive. I'll live on together with them. They're hidden in the cycle of reincarnation. One day I'll find them all. That supreme heavenly God was able to find her friend's reincarnation, so why can't I? I'm also a heavenly God." Yishi looked at the forced smile on his face. Her eyelids drooped slightly as she nodded. Perhaps this was the best consolation that he could give himself. In the end, the supreme ancient God who had passed away wasn't able to leave with the sorrow in his heart. Yishi silently listened to him. She didn't say anything in response. She merely moved closer to him. Her small hands tightly gripped his clothes as she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "I won't let anything happen to you." Yin Nuashing was stunned. "It's nothing." After the pillar of creation in the spirit state city was dealt with, Yin Nuashing and the others didn't stay for long. They hurriedly rushed to the next place. According to their route, the next place should be Wind Cloud City. It was very close, and it was only a day's journey. However, they encountered some small situations along the way. Oh, this place isn't simple. Thousands of kilometers high in the sky, Yun Nuashing sat on the edge of the Nether Void Sword. His two legs dangled in the air as he looked down at the majestic mountain range below him. That's not simple. Chu Yingjian nodded as well. She pointed down and said, "Don't you see the black smoke rising from that place?" They were far away from the Spirit State City and closer to Wind Cloud City. They were both in the northern part of the Kuan Yuan region. When a Nether Void Sword flew past at high speed, it suddenly felt something and hurriedly stopped. Almost half of the speed of light suddenly disappeared. Yin Nuashing and the others on the sword only jolted slightly. After that, they hurriedly stood up and saw the mountain range below that was covered in black smoke. At first glance, they thought it was a forest fire. However, when they felt the powerful energy in the mountain range, they didn't think it was as simple as a forest fire. With a wave of his hand, Yin Nuashing gently brushed away a cloud of black smoke. He put his finger on the tip of his nose and sniffed it. He waved his hand and said, "Nether Void Sword, go around it." "What's wrong? Is this place very dangerous?" Yuan Shi and the others were a little surprised. They actually wanted to go around it. The damned black smoke had almost turned into a black cloud. It had spread to a radius of thousands of miles. Not far away, there was a twisted column of smoke rising from the mountain range below. The underground dragon vein has been destroyed. Someone or some kind of creature is violently absorbing the pure energy of the dragon vein. The energy within a radius of thousands of miles will be sucked dry. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and made the Nether Void Sword go around it. Two rays of light surged in her eyes as she stared down. That dragon vein, TSK, the ancestral dragon vein. What a waste. An ancestral dragon vein can be used to establish a large force. Its energy won't show any signs of weakening for hundreds of millions of years. It will only become more and more vigorous. You should enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Chu Yingjian said, conflicted. When she heard the words waste, goosebumps appeared all over her body. As a collector, how could she allow such a thing to happen under her watch? Little Star said to go around it. Do you think we can afford to provoke that thing down there? Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others were speechless. Chu Yingjian laughed dryly. That creature has disturbed the ancestral dragon vein. Perhaps the ancestral dragon vein will escape. Before that, it will ride a little. Nether Void Sword, retreat quickly. Yin Nuashing hurriedly waved her hand to increase their speed. In a flash, they went around the area where the black smoke was billowing. Chu Yingjian wanted to ask something, but when she saw Yin Nuashing's faint, solemn expression, she thought about it and shut her mouth. When they were far away from that place, everyone stood up and looked behind them. The black cloud was still within their sight, but that hair-raising aura was no longer felt. Suddenly, an azure pillar of light shot up into the sky from where the black smoke was. It rushed into the sky and scattered the black cloud. Countless azure cracks lit up on the ground, as if something was about to erupt. The powerful energy shocked everyone thousands of miles away in the sky. Boom! After a long time, a shocking sound was heard. The Nether Void Sword stopped in the sky and propped up an energy barrier. On the ground, azure cracks spread out in all directions. Light shot up into the sky, and vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard. In a burst of intense white light, everyone hurriedly narrowed their eyes. They could vaguely see an illusory dragon swaying its slender body and rushing into the distance. Moreover, the earth that was blooming with azure light collapsed with a rumbling sound. Mountains collapsed, the earth was torn apart, and the ground sank dozens of meters. When the light weakened, everyone hurriedly opened their eyes. At a glance, they saw billowing smoke and dust. The earth was torn apart, and the mountains were in a mess. There were cracks that were a few meters wide on the ground. It was so messy that it looked like the earth had been dazzled by yin nuashing. Little star, what did you do? It's not good to set fire to the mountains. Yuan-shi said solemnly as he patted Yin Nuashing's shoulder. Yin Nuashing staggered and almost fell off the sword. She was speechless. How did she get implicated even when she was doing nothing? What does it have to do with me? The ancestral dragon's vein was disturbed and ran away. The energy density within thousands of miles will gradually decrease with the departure of the ancestral dragon's vein. That creature is still struggling at death's door. What level is it? Everyone was curious. It's a hibernating god. He should be in a deep sleep, or he might be seriously injured. His life source is very dim. Perhaps he's nearing the end of his life. Regardless, he's about to die. Yin Nuashing said lightly. Aren't we going to take a look? What's there to look at? Even if he's in a dying state, he can slaughter an entire city of emperor gods with just a flick of his finger. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Speaking of which, why do you think the gods of this era are all hibernating? Yuan-shi asked in confusion. There are many large factions and religions now, and there should be old monsters of the god realm in them. From what we know of the Nine Gods Palace, the previous palace master and the previous palace master were all god realm masters. Where did they go? Yin Nuashing stood up, looked up at the sky, and said, This world, I don't know what the outside world is like, but the laws and order of the god realm are very weak now. It has been like this for a long time. According to the history books I found, since the beginning of the 120th era, the number of god realm masters has been decreasing. However, there hasn't been many heavenly god realm masters in this era, right? Yuan-shi and the others thought for a while and nodded. Since the 120th era, which was the beginning of this era, no heavenly god realm masters had appeared. Even if there were, they would only appear once every few eras. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that there was one heavenly god per generation? It was purely because there were too few heavenly gods. However, according to the relevant records, in the previous era, the ancient era, although there weren't as many heavenly gods as there were in the ancient era, there was still a certain number of them. However, in this era, not many heavenly gods had appeared, and even if they did, they would disappear very quickly. This situation became even more obvious after the 135th era, when there were no heavenly gods at all. Counting back, the last heavenly god appeared in the 133rd era, and there was no news of him anymore. He disappeared the next day. After that, the god realm masters went into hibernation or disappeared completely. Before they knew about quarter moon's matter, everyone thought that heavenly gods were the strongest, and that they would at most die of old age one day. Who would have thought that there would be a life form even more powerful than heavenly gods that could kill heavenly gods? However, putting this matter aside, where did the heavenly gods of this era go? There were records of at least 3 heavenly gods in this era. The first one was born in the 122nd era. The second one was born in the 127th era, and the last one was born in the 133rd era. However, these 3 heavenly gods disappeared not long after they became heavenly gods. Yuan-shi was puzzled. Little star, you said before how long a heavenly god's lifespan is. The lifespan of an emperor god alone is 10 eras, and a god realm master can live for an era. Of course, whether they can survive the Great Samsara is another matter. Gods who don't know the method can't survive the Great Samsara, and they can't escape death in the end. As for heavenly gods, Yin Nuashing hesitated for a moment before she said, The lifespan of a heavenly god is equivalent to infinite. Even the Great Samsara can't destroy them unless they want to die, rush into the center of the Great Samsara, leave the protection of the realm of the gods, and don't defend themselves or even transform into Tao. Otherwise, a heavenly god won't die so easily. Then where do you think the 3 heavenly gods of this era went? Why did those gods disappear? Why did they go into hibernation? Yuan-shi scratched his ears and cheeks in confusion. The laws of heaven and earth have changed. This world isn't suitable for those experts, and it's rather weak. Sister Shui also chose to seal her origin. She didn't expose her god's origin so that she wouldn't be suppressed by this world. The gods who couldn't stand the weak laws of heaven and earth have all left in groups. They went to the stars, or even to other worlds. Perhaps the other worlds would be better. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Do you still remember what I said earlier? The three elements of beginning that make up this world, laws, order, and energy, right?" Everyone asked. Yin Nuashing nodded. The realm of the gods is known as the first major world of the eight elements realm. It has been so since ancient times, since the mythological era. It has given birth to countless experts and countless experts, but also consumed countless elements of beginning. Even if the great samsara resets them at the end of each era, the three elements of beginning of this world are getting weaker and weaker with each generation. It's just like how, when we cultivate, if we unleash too much of our potential, we won't have enough energy to sustain it. At this moment, our world is in a state of insufficient energy, and it's caused by the great explosion of potential that has lasted for several eras. Even so, there are still as many god emperors in this world as there are grains of sand in the ocean. There are also a few deities, but they can't stand the laws of this world, so they have no choice but to go into hibernation or leave for other worlds with more balanced elements of beginning. Even if the void of the eight elements realm is purer than the other primordial worlds, with the strength of the king of the underworld, they can still travel through the star field and even cross the world barrier, Yin Nuashing said. The rebound from the reversal of the laws at the end of this era is the strongest, and the great samsara at the end of this era is the most special. However, my research is still a little shallow, so I can't completely prove it. I just have a feeling that the great samsara at the end of the 139th era and the rebirth of the 140th era will be a brand new era. Is there anyone alive to see it? Yin Nuashing suddenly looked at everyone, and they were all stunned. Oh, of course we have to go take a look. I'm looking forward to the new era that our heavenly god is talking about. Yuan, she said loudly as he rolled up his sleeves. Yin Nuashing couldn't help but laugh at his yearning. Then let's set a small goal first. We'll talk about it after we become deities, Yin Nuashing said as she twirled her fingers and smiled. Everyone's legs turned to jelly, and they all sat down on the Netherworld Ruin sword. What's wrong? Don't have confidence? Yin Nuashing glanced at them and said indifferently, "There's still 1,000 years until the laws of heaven and earth undergo a great reversal. It'll be like a complete eruption of despair. When that time comes, not to mention god emperors, there'll be a bunch of deities. Don't you have the confidence to become deities?" Who? Who said that? Yuanshi refuted loudly. He clenched his trembling fists and said, "I'm just too excited." Yin Nuashing and Nightmare smacked their lips and looked at him from the corner of their eyes. "Oh, you two bastard are looking down on me, right? I have a deity spirit body. I'll be the first one to reach the deity stage. When that time comes, I'll leave you far behind." Yuanshi said angrily as he stomped his feet. "You can talk nonsense when you can defeat the boss." Nightmare pursed his lips. Yuanshi was speechless. His whole body turned gray as he squatted in a corner and kept drawing circles. Yin Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 9:39. The earth was in tatters, and the rumbling sound of the mountains collapsing reverberated in this chaotic and disorderly place. The azure energy smoke burned the trees and ignited blue sparks. The thick black smoke dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The terrifying power that suppressed this land also disappeared. Swoosh! In the sky, a stream of light flashed. Yin Nuashing jumped down from the giant sword. Everyone jumped down from the sword and landed on the ground softly. There was still a blazing aura rising from the ground. It was as if the entire area was burned by fire. But strangely, the elemental energy here had always maintained a strange balance. Even if the place was abnormally hot, the fire elemental energy did not increase at all. Squatting down, Yun Nuoxing pinched a handful of soil with 2 fingers and rubbed it lightly with his fingertips. He sensed for a moment and turned around to shake his head at everyone. He left. He left with the ancestral dragon's vein. He left less than a minute ago. Now, what a pity. I thought we could see a god. Chu Yingjian curled her lips and kicked the ground lightly. Boom! The blue energy suddenly bloomed, and a pit exploded in the ground. Everyone was shocked and retreated, getting into a battle stance and preparing to fight. I didn't do it. Chu Yingjian was also shocked. She quickly hid behind Yin Nuoxing and looked at the pit that was 10 feet wide because of her casual rubbing on the ground. She quickly cleared herself of suspicion. The residual energy here is still very rich. It's in a flammable and explosive state. It's the energy left behind by the ancestral dragon's vein. It was left behind when it escaped. Boom! Before Yin Nuoxing could finish speaking, there was another violent explosion. The rolling shockwave made Yin Nuoxing stagger. Her long hair was blown to the left of her body. Everyone stared blankly. Who was so unlucky to step on a landmine? Well, I just felt itchy when I saw it. Nightmare scratched his head and smiled. Shin Kong, thank you. After walking around the area, he found a huge pit. If those thick cracks were a spider web, then this pit was the center of the spider web. From time to time, blue sparks would spew out from the 10 feet wide pit. It was unknown how deep the pit was, but it was like a volcano that was still angry. It was still spewing out magma. The ground around the crater had collapsed like a funnel. Blue energy sparks were released from the crater from time to time. Now, what a waste. The energy here can feed an entire city of people. Yin Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and said unhappily, "This is probably the place where the ancestral dragon vein escaped. It's just that there's a lot of residual energy here. The ancestral dragon vein's vitality must have been greatly damaged." Severely injured? Is there such a thing as a dragon vein? Ming said in surprise. Yin Nuoxing thought for a while and said, "Then it's the energy leakage. That god scared the ancestral dragon vein so much that it forgot to restrain itself when it escaped. It escaped without a care, just like a frightened small beast. As it ran, it spat out a lot of essence. Tisk, well, it's a pity to leave this energy here for nothing. I'll just... Yin Nuoxing was just about to take action to collect the pure energy in this area when he was suddenly stunned. His sharp eyes caught on to something as he looked straight at the huge pit. What's wrong? Everyone was puzzled. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and waved at the crater. From the bottom of the crater, a fist-sized azure blue bead floated out slowly and landed in front of her under Yin Nuoxing's control. This was a round azure blue bead. It was solid and opaque. Other than its roundness, there was nothing noteworthy about it. Its surface was very shiny. Yin Nuoxing flicked her finger, and the azure blue bead made a crisp tinkling sound. She waved her hand above it and sensed it for a while. Then her face twitched slightly, and she said speechlessly, "That guy spat out the dragon core." Dragon core, the amalgamation of the essence of the ancestral dragon vein. Chu Yingjian, the crazy collector, immediately understood what it was. She was shocked and then stared at the dragon core with sparkling eyes. On the market, a thumb-sized dragon core would probably cost 50 kilograms of celestial-grade Xian crystals. Yuan, she did a little calculation. This is such a big piece. It's probably a piece of celestial-grade Xian crystal for free. How panicked was that guy when he ran away? Yin Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had seen many ancestral dragon veins run away when they were frightened, but she had never seen such a person throw away the dragon core that was hard to nurture. Moreover, it was such a big one. She didn't know how long it had been nurtured. Idiot, cough, cough. Do you have any use for this dragon core? Chu Yingjian covered her mouth and coughed softly. Mei Mao blinked hard as if she was saying to Yin Nuoxing, "Don't think about whether it's useful or not. Hurry up and give it to me. Looking at this shiny thing, I can't help myself. Little turtle." Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and knocked her head with his knife. Then he held the dragon core in his palm. With a thought, The energy that was still emitting blue sparks flew out from the ground and flew toward the dragon core in his palm as if they had received an order. The remaining energy could naturally be absorbed by the dragon core, which saved her a lot of effort. What do you plan to do with it? Seeing him deep in thought, Chu Yingxian knew that her plan had failed. She angrily glared at him and even ground her 2 rows of silver teeth. Seeing her grinding her teeth, Yin Nuoxing shuddered and his face twitched. He waved his hand and took the lead to fly into the sky. Everyone quickly followed. When they returned to the Netherworld Ruin Sword, they controlled it and continued to fly toward Wind Cloud City. Only then did she carefully examine the dragon core in her hand and ponder for a long time. The dragon core is a rare thing. Don't you think it's a waste to leave it in a corner to collect dust? Yin Nuoxing glanced at Chu Yingxian. Don't you think it's a waste to use such a rare treasure so casually? Chu Yingxian pursed her lips and didn't look him in the eye. This thing can modify energy carriers. She held the dragon core in her hands and lightly tossed it. This thing was still a little heavy. Even if it's at the level of a crystal, it can continue to be modified, expanded, and purified. Hearing this, everyone couldn't remain calm. Yin Nuoxing was able to overpower people who were at a higher level than him. A large part of the reason was that his energy carrier was extraordinary. Divine weapons were not included. Those were all outside of the norm. Once he threw them out, they could destroy the world. The capacity of his energy carrier was 200 times that of a normal crystal. If it was a solid, it would be 3,000 times that of a normal crystal. How exaggerated was that? In terms of energy capacity, a demigod's energy capacity was equivalent to an ultimate god's energy capacity. Moreover, his energy was the astral energy that had mutated countless times. Among the world's origin energy, it was second only to the divine power of a later god. It was a grade higher than the divine essence of a beginner god. Moreover, it had mutated and become stronger many times. It was no wonder that others could fight beyond their level. Everyone's eyes almost glowed when they heard that it could upgrade the energy carrier to a higher level. Seeing the colorful light in everyone's eyes, Yin Nuoxing was also embarrassed. He waved his hand, pondered for a while, and said, "Let's talk about it when we come back from the yin-yang world. Since we have this thing, we can't give up the Tianxianyang essence and Taixienin essence in the yin-yang world." After calming down, everyone was confused when they heard Yin Nuoxing mention the 2 new things. So what are these 2 things? They're the carriers of the Xianyang Qi and the Xianin Qi that I told you before. They're in the 2 areas of the yin-yang world. Yin Nuoxing smiled. If we want to improve our energy carriers, we can't let people, that in the yin-yang world this time. Everyone looked at him with disdain. After a small interlude, they quickly returned to their original path. It was just that they didn't see the dormant god, which made everyone feel a little regretful. It took them less than half a day to get to Wind Cloud City, and it didn't take them much time to find the secret place. Just like how they dealt with the pillars of creation in Spirit State City, they dealt with it casually this time. They kept the golden runes and the pillars of creation in a silent state, and waited for all the pillars of creation to be activated before they operated at the same time. For such a large-scale project, it was impossible to operate one pillar of creation alone. However, these pillars of creation were so far away that Yin Nuoxing himself had forgotten which pillars of creation were arranged. Such a big project, the guardian formation of the divine realm. How can you forget such an important thing? Chu Yingxian said contemptuously. I think it should be during the reincarnation. Well, my memory is blurry. Yin Nuoxing's explanation was very weak, but he had forgotten. As for how he had forgotten anyway. It was useless to investigate how he had forgotten. Wind Cloud City was quite a distance away from Water Cloud City, so they naturally used cultivation to pass the time. Other than Chu Yingxian and Yin Nuoxing, as usual, the others were peacefully cultivating the divine-grade mystic techniques that they had just obtained some time ago. After all, other than you and Little Moon, everyone else was tragically sealed, and their strength wouldn't be able to move for a long time. On the way, Yin Nuoxing was practicing the Phoenix's Calamity divine song. In the end, Chu Yingzhan ran over to him and asked for the control of the Netherworld Ruin Sword, which made him confused. However, this place was maintained by the formation, so no matter how many somersaults she performed, the people on the Netherworld Ruin Sword would not be thrown out, so he let her be. In the end, this girl really took the Netherworld Ruin Sword and performed 10 consecutive somersaults in midair, and after playing for half an hour, she felt bored and stopped playing. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. If you have the ability to play around, why don't you fly to the destination? At this moment, he also remembered that last time when they went to the Eye of the Storm in the East Sea, this crazy girl also rushed to drive a boat for a while, but she felt bored and stopped playing, although the Netherworld Ruin Sword actually didn't need to be controlled Water Cloud City. Everyone had forgotten the original purpose of this city's construction. It was a very ancient city, and its history could be deduced from the previous era. Of course, compared to the Divine Prefecture's 4 great holy cities, Water Cloud City was just a new city. The Yin Sky was in the ancient mountain range outside this city, and that mountain range was also known as the Yin Mountain Range. The Yin Sky actually existed in secret places all over the Divine Realm, but there weren't many of them. And the only one that could be famous was probably this large Yin Sky. The two opposing energies in the Yin Mountain Range were so dense that they could be clearly felt from thousands of miles away. The Yin Sky was actually a very dangerous natural terrain. If one barged in casually, one wouldn't be able to come out without the strength of a post-god level master. The two completely repulsive energies were trapped in a corner by the terrain and couldn't be emitted. They were madly repelling and stimulating each other, stirring up a mess inside. In such a chaotic situation, even the Emperor of the Gods wouldn't dare to rush in carelessly. During a certain period of time, the two energies in the Yin Sky would weaken slightly, just like the ebb of the sea. They would shrink back to the 3 convergence points of the Yin Sky. One was the curved mountain range that divided the two energies, and the other 2 were at the 2 eyes of the Yin diagram. The remaining energy in other places was still huge, but it was relatively safe. The energy born after the mutually reinforcing and repulsive energies stimulated each other was quite helpful for body tempering and energy condensation. However, the 3 convergence points were still terrifying. During ebb, an indescribable amount of energy still gathered there. The function of body tempering and energy tempering in the Yin Sky made countless experts of the younger generation scramble for it. The Emperor of War, Kuan Yuan, had also come here many times to temper his body. Unfortunately, the effect of tempering in the Yin Sky would gradually weaken. The Emperor of War had also said that other than the central area, the other places would not be of much help to him. Moreover, people with too high a cultivation base would not be of much use to this place. Therefore, this place had become the favorite place of the younger generation, especially body cultivators and those who needed to temper their energy. At this time, when the tide was about to ebb in the Yin Sky, the popularity of this area had reached a terrifying level. When Yin Nuoxing and the others arrived at the Water Cloud City, they who were looking down from the sky could fully understand what it meant to have a human head moving. Looking down from the sky, both inside and outside the city were crowded. At a glance, there was only a black mass of human heads moving. So people were flying around in the sky. Seeing the terrifying number of people below, they were all conflicted about whether they should go down or not. In any case, Yin Nuoxing's face turned pale when she saw the dense number of people. That's the Yin Mountain Range. I see it. It's very spectacular. Yuanshi looked into the distance and pointed to a place in the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw the spectacular scene he was talking about. Yin Nuoxing had the eye of the ocean, so she could see it more clearly. It was an area covered by 2 different colored dark clouds. In the clouds, there seemed to be a high-frequency thunderstorm flashing with a terrifying light. In fact, it was the scene of 2 opposing energies repulsing each other and exploding. Just by looking at it, Yin Nuoxing could not help but nod when she saw the energy flow there with the evil spirit eye and the eye of the ocean. The energy there was so chaotic that it could be called disorderly. The whole mountain range seemed to be buried with 1,000 volcanoes, but those volcanoes were erupting pure energy, and it was two opposing energies. From the ground to the sky, the two energies began to entangle and kill each other. No matter which side won, the remaining energy turned white and then fell from the sky like snow. Dense ice crystals fell from the two dark clouds, falling into the soil or melting into the air, making the energy in this space even richer. It's the purest yin-yang sky, Yin Nuashing praised. It was not the yin-yang sky made up of two opposing energies, but the purest yin-yang sky made up of yin and yang energies. Boss, there seems to be a group of people gathered in Shuiyun City. They all seem to be heading for the yin-yang sky. Nightmare stared at Shuiyun City. And there are fewer people now. Do you want to go down and take a look? Yin Nuashing glanced over and also discovered that Shuiyun City was no longer as crowded as it had been earlier. The people seemed to have hidden themselves. After all, this was a large city. The small number of people had only blocked the way for a short while. It would ease up after a while. Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment and said, "With my strength, I can rush in directly against the pressure of the yin-yang sky. But in that case, the tempering effect will definitely be out of the question. That won't do. We have to try the yin-yang sky. It's a rare place to temper one's body and energy. Little star, you don't need it, but we do." Yuanshi shook his head vigorously. "Okay, then let's go to Shuiyun City and wait." From the looks of it, Yin Nuashing looked at the yin-yang sky again. After looking at it for a while, he said, "The tide will recede in about a day. That's the best time to enter the yin-yang sky. As for how long it will last, I'm not too sure. Little star, where is the pillar of creation?" Xian pulled his hand. She still remembered the main purpose of coming here. "Unfortunately, it's in the yin-yang sky." Yin Nuashing shrugged. He also saw the secret space at a glance just now. The main reason was that he was the heir of that space, so it was easy for him to find where the pillar of creation was hidden. Other people might not be able to find it even if they were dead. Even if the space was within half a meter, they might not be able to find it. However, he could find it easily and enter it conveniently. It just so happens that we're also going to enter the yin-yang sky. It's convenient. Ming covered his mouth and chuckled. Yin Nuashing also smiled. He waved his hand and put away the netherworld ruined sword. Then, a group of people descended from the sky. Water Cloud City was a large city, and its size was still very majestic and lofty. It was just that it didn't look that impressive from a bird's-eye view. Moreover, they were at a height of 1,000 miles. At this moment, the group of people were like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, slowly sinking into the city. The city that was very vast in their eyes was also slowly magnified in their eyes. Gradually, their figures became smaller than ants. They didn't attract the slightest bit of attention in this city. After all, this city was really too big. The group of people landed on a very wide red brick street that was bustling with people. They only felt that the density of people here was slightly lower, but they didn't expect that there would still be so many people. When they suddenly appeared, many people were shocked. When they calmed down and looked at this group of people who suddenly appeared again, everyone's gazes changed. Passionate, stunned, or admiring gazes were cast on everyone. Yin Nuashing expressed that he was already mentally tired. In any case, he would not feel surprised when these gazes fell on him. Blurred cognition made it easy for people who saw him to forget his face, but it did not mean that they could not see him. Moreover, people with some strength could easily ignore him. After all, he only imitated Ming's, and it was not as powerful as that girl's. At this moment, there were not many people. Well, there were also many people looking at that girl, which made him feel a little better for some reason. On the other hand, the only two males in this group attracted a large number of hostile gazes. Regarding this, Yuanshi expressed her helplessness, while Mo Yin directly ignored this large number of gazes. "You guys, sigh. Why am I always the unlucky one?" Yuanshi sighed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not being looked at as a man anymore. Do you want to give it a try?" Yin Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. At this moment, Little purple soul, who was hanging in Ming's arms, suddenly jumped into his arms and circled around his neck. She giggled and said, big brother, those people are looking at you with green eyes. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. Yuan Shi burst out laughing. What goes around comes around, Nuoxing. Chapter 940. According to the guidance of the smell, Chu Yingxian glanced around the city and released her soul detection without any hesitation, causing a group of people on the street to stop. When they saw that it was a beautiful girl, their eyes changed a little. Some people even put on radiant smiles and wanted to talk to her. Of course, if the color-haired beauty in the lead did not release the aura that could almost freeze the space, many people would have gone up to talk to her. Over there are a lot of young people gathering over there. They must have come to the yin-yang world. Idiot, let's go. Chu Yingxian laughed, waved her hand, and took the lead to run forward. Yin Nuoxing raised his slightly black face and stared at her with pretended cold and ruthless eyes. He gave off a black cold aura and said, how much trouble do you want to cause me? You released your soul detection so arrogantly, as if you were announcing your existence. Do you want to attract the whole city's people? However, even though he was grumbling, his footsteps were not slow. Not long after, he caught up with Chu Yingxian. Behind him, a large group of people also followed. Only when they were far away did the people on the street let out a sigh of relief. In this cold winter, their faces were actually covered in sweat. That girl's aura is too cold. I've seen some god experts who majored in the water element and even the ice element, but their aura is not as cold as hers. We can't afford to offend her. Could it be that a young Supreme Master on the Supreme List is coming to the yin-yang world? It's like an ice cave. The people on the street shook their heads with bitter smiles. Looking at the direction they were walking, it seemed that many young people had gathered in a place where the news of the opening of the yin-yang world would be released immediately. Occasionally, other news would be released, all related to the yin-yang world. It seemed that this group of people was also heading for that place. The Water Cloud City is going to be lively again. Everyone thought calmly. The group of people from a Yin Nua planet walked along the bustling street. No matter how lively it was, wherever they passed by, there would be an awkward silence without exception. Moreover, the degree of coldness here was comparable to the extreme of the southern ice realm. Chu Yingxian couldn't help but pinch Yin Nuoxing and grumble, "Hey, idiot, can you stop using the air conditioner? It's so cold." Yin Nuoxing pretended to sneer. She raised her darkened face and pointed behind her with her colorful eyes. "Why don't you take a look at how attractive you are? Little star, that's enough. There aren't many people paying attention to Chu Yingxian anymore. You, on the other hand, will attract a lot of attention if you release your aura like this." Xian wore a resigned smile on her face. Yin Nuoxing's aura suddenly shrank back, making everyone smile even more bitterly. A green pavilion appeared in their sight where they were standing. Everyone raised their heads. This pavilion was not very tall. It was only 4 stories high, but it was very spacious. Its edges were decorated with golden patterns that looked like totems. It was somewhat mysterious and luxurious. It was difficult for Yin Nuoxing and the others to comment on the appearance of the pavilion. It was not that they had never seen buildings more luxurious and exaggerated than this. For example, the palaces of the gods and the dojos of the gods. In short, in terms of the luxury of the buildings, this green pavilion was only at the level of barely acceptable in their eyes. Anyway, if they followed Yin Nuoxing, their eyesight would be raised to a strange level if nothing unexpected happened. What they cared about was the abundant aura inside. The aura of the people gathered here, and those who were coming here, was very strong. Many of them were extremely exuberant and full of vitality. At first glance, they could tell that they were young people. It seemed that many people knew about the yin-yang world, and most of them were the younger generation of the Kuan-Yuan region. After all, Yuan Shi and the others had never heard of such a place before. It seemed that the fame of the yin-yang world had not spread to the Divine Prefecture. More people in the Kuan-Yuan region knew about it. Yin Nuoxing looked at Yuan Shi and the others. She flicked her long hair, looking very elegant. She took the lead and walked into the green pavilion. No matter how strong the aura inside was, she had been to a place where there were many emperor gods and had seen gods sitting in rows. How could this scene scare her? This green pavilion had 3 entrances and exits, and it covered a very large area. Looking up, they could see that there were obvious levels in the pavilion. There were many figures on each level, and they were scattered in groups. Here, it seemed that no one deliberately restrained their energy fluctuations. The higher the level, the more amazing the energy fluctuations of the people here were. On the 4th level, there were even middle-level gods. There is only one god underworld expert, and there are less than 100 people below, all the way to the Son of God. It's almost the same as not having any. There is no one stronger. Yin Nuoxing said faintly in her soul. No, it's about the same for you. But for us, we still have to be vigilant. Everyone smiled bitterly and replied helplessly. Speaking of which, we didn't sense your soul fluctuations. Idiot, you can't sense it if you integrate your soul detection into the void, right? Yin Nuoxing said, rolling her eyes. Everyone was speechless. Don't think that everyone can be like you, okay? When Yin Nuoxing and the others walked into the green pavilion, many people glanced at them. From the 1st level to the 4th level, there were people who were secretly surprised, but they quickly returned to normal. Then, all kinds of gazes were cast at this group of people from every corner. The first to bear the brunt was, of course, Yin Nuoxing, whose hair, eyebrows, and eyes were dyed in gorgeous colors. Moreover, the colors seemed to be flowing. The veins on your head are exploding. Yuan, she said calmly in her soul. Calm down. Yin Nuoxing gritted her teeth. Next time, I won't walk in front. I don't think it has anything to do with whether you walk in front or not. Everyone was helpless. However, among these gazes, there seemed to be one that wasn't very friendly. Everyone felt that unfriendly gaze, but they didn't say anything. Moreover, the target of this gaze surprised them. They originally thought that some enemy had recognized Yin Nuoxing, but they didn't expect that gaze to be directed at Chu Yingzhan. Yin Nuoxing looked around and casually found a quiet place to sit down. He did not pay attention to the gazes that were directed at him from all directions. In fact, when he felt the gazes that were vaguely hostile, his heart suddenly became incomparably calm. If it had to be said, Ziyin and the others felt as if they had switched to a different state, a different attitude towards things. Your enemy? You have a grudge? When did this happen? Yin Nuoxing calmly glanced at Chu Yingzhan and asked bluntly. Chu Yingzhan's pretty face trembled. Her usual crazy energy had disappeared at this moment. She sat quietly on the chair with her hands folded in front of her. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her pretty face was calm. She looked like a young lady from a big family. If they hadn't known her for a period of time, they would have been deceived by her current appearance. Yu carefully shook Chu Yingzhan's arm and softly muttered, Big Sister Chu, Big Sister Chu? Little Moon also nodded lightly. Big Sister Yingzhan, if you have something to say, just say it. Yin Nuoxing blinked and supported her head with her left hand. Originally, she just wanted to find a place to quietly wait for the energy tide of the yin-yang world to recede. She wanted to just wait in the sky, but who knew that Yuan Shi and the others would run in? Now that she came to this place, she didn't expect to encounter something. In that case, he didn't seem to understand Chu Yingzhan at all. After all, this girl was always crazy and didn't mention her own matters. He didn't want to ask too much. However, although he didn't say anything, he would always help if there was a problem. AI. Chu Yingzhan waved her hand in distress and said, What enemies? Well, there's some old grudges. My family is still very famous in the Kuan Yuan region, although it can't be compared with your 9 divine palaces. If I expose my identity, generally, no one dares to touch me. It's just that my father knows that I often run outside and made an agreement with me. It's okay to run outside and go crazy, but I'm not allowed to use my family's identity and forces. This is also a kind of test. After all, the realm of the gods is not as safe as the 7 elements realm where I used to be. Once I use the power of my forces, I have to go home. I don't know when I'll come back. After that, Chu Yingzhan scratched her head in distress and stuck out her tongue at Yin Nuoxing. I don't want to stay in that place and not go anywhere. So, even if my family is very famous, no one knows where I belong." Yin Nuashing listened quietly and nodded to everyone's surprise. Everyone thought that he would reprimand this inhumane rule. The realm of the gods is not like the lower realm. To put it bluntly, even if those who come from the lower realm have some achievements in the realm of the gods, even if they have a little fame in the realm of the gods, and even if they become gods, they must not act recklessly. This world is unimaginably huge. You may accidentally provoke an existence that you can't afford to provoke. There's nothing wrong with acting cautiously and being in awe. However, your father is too cautious. Well, in general, it's not bad. This is also a kind of training for you. If you don't encounter a matter of life and death that you can't solve, there's really no need to bring out your background. After Yin Nuashing finished speaking softly, Chu Yingzhan and Mei Mao's eyes lit up slightly. After a while, the latter couldn't help but poke his arm with her elbow and teased, "I thought you were going to say that this world is mine and I can do whatever I want. Isn't your 9-god temple very powerful?" Yin Nuashing almost choked to death when he heard this. He twitched his eyes and rolled his eyes. "In this life, before I met the 9-god temple, I had always been like this. Even when I met the 9-god temple, I was still very suspicious. That's right. When Big Brother fell, Su Ming was with him. Even if it was severely damaged, it was still a good divine weapon." Little Moon covered her mouth and giggled, winking mischievously at Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Everyone sighed, indicating that they were almost fooled by his words. "Be serious, so?" Yin Nuashing coughed and looked at Chu Yingzhan. "So?" Chu Yingzhan was also startled. After a while, she remembered what they were talking about. She curled her lips and said, "I met that guy when I was traveling in the Kuan-Yuan region. As soon as we met, he snatched the thing that I found first. He even said something like, 'Power talks, reason must be put aside, and only the weak talk reason.' I was so angry that my head hurt." At this point, Chu Yingzhan's beautiful eyebrows raised, and her silver teeth were tightly clenched together. "Why do I feel like you were the one who was taken advantage of? Then why did he look at you with such hostility?" Yin Nuashing's cheeks twitched, and he continued to ask. "Well," Chu Yingzhan scratched the back of her head and smiled embarrassedly. "Once, when we were in a secret realm, I tricked his group, 23 people, no more, no less. I threatened them that if they didn't hand over their things, I would throw them all into the volcano. Then, I robbed them and made them come here for nothing this month. Take it as compensation for robbing my things last time. Hey. After saying that, she knocked on her own head and smiled cutely. Everyone was speechless. What kind of compensation was this? This was a blatant case of taking advantage of others. No wonder they were targeted. That gaze was as if they had eaten a fly. It was red with a tinge of green and green with a tinge of black. At this time, the place where the gaze came from was surrounded by many figures. They were talking and laughing in low voices from time to time, and they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. From the looks that were cast on this group of people, there was a hint of awe and fear. Obviously, this group of people was quite famous among the younger generation of the Kuan-Yuan region. This group of people seemed to be centered around the 3 people sitting at the very front. The person who was hostile towards Chu Yingzhan was also one of the 3 people. He was a man with a delicate and pretty face. His face was filled with bitterness and hatred, and there was a bit of laziness and cynicism between his brows. At first glance, he looked like a hedonistic son of some large family. However, his attire was quite decent, and there was no arrogant aura about him. Looking at his seat, he seemed to be slightly lower than the other 2 people. In front of him, there were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was valiant, and the woman was pretty. She also had an extraordinary aura. The beautiful figure was wearing a light yellow dress. She had an extremely beautiful face. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and her watery eyes seemed to be able to speak. She looked around the pavilion at will, making people panic. She did not know how many people were staring at her. It was just like a group of people who were infatuated with her. The man was wearing a purple gold robe. His face was handsome, and he looked somewhat resolute. His eyebrows were naturally knitted together, and he had a heroic aura. He sat there casually, exuding a strong aura that made people not dare to look at him casually. He and the woman beside him were polar opposites. One was extremely attractive, while the other made people not dare to look at him. He had his eyes closed all this time. At this moment, when he sensed that the person with a bitter expression was looking at him, he opened his eyes with interest. In his black eyes, there was a hint of coldness as he stared downwards. He also noticed Yin Nuashing and the others. He frowned and asked, "Lu Bai, do you know someone I haven't seen before? I can't say that I know him, but we have some old grudges." The person who was referred to as Lu Bai waved his hand and pointed at Chu Yingjian. A few years ago, a demoness came out from the Azure Emperor City and turned the entire Luoyin Pavilion upside down. She almost caused the Yuan Immortal Secret Realm to collapse. She also went to the Spirit Martial City in the center of the Kuan Origin region and caused 4 major powers to be badly battered. But after that, she disappeared. It's said that she fled to another region. There are many people in the Kuan Origin region who are still thinking about her. It's that little sister. I remember her as well. The girl in the yellow dress was also interested at this moment. She spoke in a soft and unhurried tone. She caused a ruckus all the way from the Azure Emperor City. She toyed with a second-rate power with the strength of a demigod. In the end, that second-rate power had no choice but to let go of their former grudges and settle down. They didn't have to worry that the gate of their power would be gone when they woke up. This little sister disappeared from the Kuan Origin region 3 years ago, causing many people to gnash their teeth in hatred. But where are these little sisters and brothers from? They look unfamiliar. Which hidden power in the Kuan Origin region sent them? The girl in the yellow dress lazily leaned against the soft back of the chair. Mei Mao indifferently glanced at Yin Nuashing and the others. Her gaze lingered on Yin Nuashing for a moment before she shifted her gaze away. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "This little sister is a little strange." Well, she was once driven out of the Kuan Origin region and fled like a stray dog. I didn't expect her to have the courage to come back here. She even brought 2 or 3 kittens and puppies with her. Lu Bai smiled faintly. The people gathered in the Yin-Yang world are all people of great power. It's better for some Tom, Dick, and Harry to have some self-awareness. The Yin-Yang world doesn't lack the bones of these unknown people. If you don't want to lose your life, you should learn to be smarter. Then, countless onlookers looked at the people at the table below from all directions. What the hell have you done that angered both man and God? Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. To think that he was worried that this crazy girl would be bullied or something. According to the situation, this girl was already being merciful by not causing the Kuan Yuan region to collapse. This. Chu Yingjian blushed slightly and scratched her head in embarrassment. I was still young. Young and ignorant. Demigod is still young. It happened 3 years ago, right? Everyone couldn't help but criticize in their hearts. With this girl's character, it would be strange if she didn't cause trouble. However, they didn't expect her to have such a bad reputation in the Kuan Origin region. The 2 figures sitting in front exchanged glances, but did not stop her. Seeing this, Lu Bai couldn't help but smile faintly. He raised his head and drank a cup of tea. Then, he looked at the person next to him. When the person saw Lu Bai's gaze, he nodded in understanding. Then, he grinned and swayed his body. He drew an arc in the air and slowly landed in front of Yin Nuashing and the others. Then he stretched out his hand and patted Chu Yingjian. Young Master Lu would like to invite Miss Demoness to come with me. Chu Yingjian was sitting next to Yin Nuashing. Both of them had their backs facing this person. Just as his palm passed by Yin Nuashing and was about to touch Chu Yingjian's shoulder, Yin Nuashing did not turn around. Instead, she held her chin with her left hand and waved her right hand behind her. Then, crack! In the hall, there was an extremely loud sound of ice being condensed. At the place where Yin Nuashing's right palm was pointing, a large piece of beautiful hexagonal ice crystal suddenly burst out. The closer it was to the center, the thinner it was. It was like an ice crystal spear, and the spear knocked the figure out of the pavilion. Boom! The sound of the wall shattering startled the people outside the pavilion. The crowd hurriedly retreated a long distance. They looked around in bewilderment, only to see a 100-meter-long black ice crystal spear gradually emerge from the smoke. As for that figure, he had already disappeared from their sight. The black-colored ice cubes. More specifically, there was an extremely frightening black-colored energy flowing within the ice cubes. Just a tiny bit of the ice elemental energy had already frozen the ground along the path of the ice crystal into ice cubes. The temperature within the building had also abruptly dropped by a lot. Everyone could even see that the moisture in the air seemed to have been frozen into ice crystals that fell to the ground. She expressionlessly retracted her palm. That black ice crystal spear also quietly dissipated. During the process of dissipating, it did not leak any energy. It only left a large patch of ice marks on the ground. That spear brushed past a few groups of people, giving them quite a fright. However, they were also the ones who saw it the most. At this moment, they were thinking that if the tip of that ice crystal spear was sharp, this pavilion would probably be stained with blood today. Even if Yun Nuashing was merciful and did not use the tip of the spear, that person was still seriously injured. His figure disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Looking along the huge hole, they could only see rows and rows of holes. Yuan Shi and the rest clapped expressionlessly in their souls. Little Star is still Little Star after all. She is still as domineering as ever. Chapter 9:41. Without any precaution or mental preparation, that person disappeared from their sight. The crowd did not even see how Yun Nuashing attacked. When they finally reacted, a black ice spear emitting a bone-chilling aura appeared in their line of sight. It was so cold that countless people in the pavilion were stunned. Some people looked at the figures on the third floor with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Some people respected them, and some people were unhappy with them. Now that they saw Lu Bai being humiliated, their gazes became even more playful. The surrounding people who originally did not intend to watch also became interested. They all became onlookers and quietly watched the situation unfold. While the crowd looked at Lu Bai and the others with ridicule, there were also many people who stared at Yun Nuashing with vigilance. Many people felt a strong threat from that black ice spear. This time, he had only launched half of his attack, and the other half had probably been withdrawn. If he had really unleashed it, this place would not be like this anymore. The two people in front of Lu Bai also straightened up and looked at each other. They could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Lu Bai also put away his contempt. It seemed that the witch had found a helper from who knows where, and he seemed to be a little powerful. Lu Bai took a step forward and walked to the edge. Half of his body was clearly visible to the crowd. He cupped his fists at Yun Nuashing and the others and smiled faintly. He said unhurriedly, "I am Lu Bai of the Lu family of Lingwu City. May I know where this friend is from?" The Lu family of Lingwu City was a family in the central city of the Kuan Yuan region. Although it was not a super force, it was not too bad. In Shuiyun City, it was an existence that could dominate a region. Moreover, that person just now seemed to be talking about young Master Lu. In other words, this Lu Bai might have a high position in the Lu family. Judging from the many people who were observing the situation, many people had heard of his name. Yun Nuashing opened her mouth and let out a small yawn. Her pretty face was filled with a bored expression. Just as she was about to casually reply, Yuan Shi, who was beside her, smiled wickedly and said, "Just a few kittens and puppies. What's there to talk about?" Yun Nuashing and the others chuckled in their souls. "Little cat, the young master of the Yuan family of the Divine Land?" Yuan Shi rolled his eyes. "Aren't you the young hall master of the Nine Deities Palace? A little kitten, too?" Lu Bai's expression froze, and the people around him started to pay more attention to the situation. This was going to be fun. Lu Bai was the one who was talking about little kitty and puppy. Now, the person he sent out was killed by little kitty and puppy before he could even say a word. Lu Bai's face turned gloomy. Just as he was about to say something, the nightmare spoke first. "Hey, you idiot, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. You're disturbing our rest. My lady might bite you." Yin Nuoxing's face was filled with black lines, and everyone's expression was also sluggish. Seeing that the former did not say anything, as if he had tacitly agreed, the word arrogance was immediately imprinted on him. In fact, he just did not know what to say and remained silent. His few lines had already been suppressed to death by the two troublemakers, Yuan Shi and Mo Yen. The teacup in his hand also emitted a cracking sound. A moment later, even that sound disappeared. Some white powder quietly drifted down from his tightly clenched fist, after which he clapped his hands with an icy expression and slowly stood up. He looked at Chu Yingzhan and said, "Although I do not know where you found this group of helpers, do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Koan-Yuan region with just them?" Chu Yingzhan's expression was extremely cold. She stared at Chu Yingzhan and said, "Although I do not know where you found this group of helpers, do you think that you can do whatever you want in the Koan-Yuan region with just them?" As he stood up slowly, a somewhat oppressive aura slowly flowed out of his body. The atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly froze, and everyone's expression froze. Was this guy going to make a move? A son of God, probably at the 5th level. Calculating based on age and time. How did you trick a beginner god? Yin Nuoxing looked indifferently at Chu Yingzhan. When she was at the demigod level, she had made a son of God suffer. Although he did not know how she did it, it was not very strange. When he was in Yuanguang, he knew a few people who had killed a son of God when they were at the peak of the demigod level. He guessed that they were the kind who risked their lives. As for those sons of God who were killed by demigods at the peak of the demigod level, he was not too clear about the difference between them and this young supreme version of a son of God. Anyway, to Yin Nuoxing, there was not much difference between the sons of God who had not reached the middle or high level. The only difference was that killing a son of God required a flick of the finger, while killing a god emperor required a flick of the hand. Chu Yingzhan pondered for a moment and counted in detail with her slender fingers. Sneak attack, cheating, hidden trap, backstabbing, bludgeoning, sneak attack, groin kick, poking eyes, pepper spray, sowing discord. After hearing this, Yin Nuoxing and the others broke out in cold sweat. They looked at her as if they had seen a ghost, and then quietly moved their seats. This guy, what was this called? Lu Bai was a son of God, and he was beaten to the ground by a little girl at the demigod level in all kinds of unimaginable ways. If this happened to them, it would be a dark history that they would not want to recall for the rest of their lives. It was no wonder that their faces were dark. If they did not vent their anger, they would be suffocated to death. Lu Bai looked down at Chu Yingzhan with his cold eyes, and the majestic power spread from above to below. The space seemed to have solidified, and waves of divine energy pressure fell from the sky, making many people feel a little heavy. However, when this pressure fell on Yin Nuoxing and the others, it was as if nothing happened. The space within 3 feet of them was completely stable. Not to mention the pressure, even the air did not change at all. The group of people still looked calm. Interesting, Lu Bai sneered, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. He waved his hand and was about to attack. Although it is not interesting, if you don't remove the pressure, I don't mind reasoning with you. Yin Nuoxing's clear voice quietly spread throughout the pavilion. This was the first time she had spoken here, and it made everyone slightly stunned. They all turned their eyes, only to see Yin Nuoxing slowly raising her left hand and making a gesture of snapping her fingers. Everyone was stunned. What was the meaning of this action? However, Zian and the others reacted quickly. They hurriedly took out something from their space containers to cover their heads. With your strength of a demigod, Lu Bai laughed angrily. He waved his hand, and his divine energy fluctuated. He pressed his hand down from above. Ta! The moment Lu Bai waved his hand, Yin Nuoxing gently rubbed her 2 fingers together. A soft snapping sound spread through the space, and a few ripples appeared in the space. Then, the entire space quieted down, and a wisp of snowflakes fell from the sky. This was the true meaning of silence. This entire space was completely silent. There was no longer any energy fluctuation. Even the whistling sound of the wind from the energy had strangely stilled. The atmosphere of the scene had also completely stilled. Everyone lifted their heads, only to see that a black ice block had appeared at the edge of the third level. It was an ice block that was filled with black energy. The ice block was only the size of a person. It was already the 12th lunar month of winter, and snow began to fall around the ice block. It was as if the ice block was in a completely different environment from the surroundings. Ah, it's another instant kill. You lose. 10 gold coins, thank you. Nightmare stretched out her hand to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand and threw out 10 gold coins. He couldn't help but lament, sigh, Little Star always kills in an instant every time she makes a move. There's no creativity at all. The two of them weren't conversing in their souls. They were speaking directly in this deathly, silent space, causing everyone to shudder and quickly come back to their senses. The two people sitting in front of Lu Bai also quickly stood up. The valiant man straightened his body, and a low voice came from the third floor. Friend, you're going a little overboard. What's wrong with that? I'm talking to him in a very serious manner. Speak with strength. Speak with reason. Isn't that what he said? Yin Nuashing said indifferently. She stood up and poured tea for herself and everyone else. After a while, she felt that the energy density in the surroundings was increasing. She sighed deeply and raised her head against the sunlight coming from the pavilion. She looked at the valiant man and felt that his energy was circulating. She said softly, I advise you to give up too. The valiant man had just started circulating his energy. When he heard this, he frowned. He lowered his head and looked at Yun Nuashing, who had an unbelievably beautiful face. He wasn't affected at all. I've already stopped twice and spared their lives. You should be thanking me. They've already worn away the little bit of patience I have, if only I had any. Yin Nuashing crossed her hands in front of her. Her colorful eyelashes trembled slightly. She raised her head and looked at him. What she said made the people around her dumbfounded. Yin Nuashing looked around and said indifferently, for the third time, I won't hold back. I won't care if there are other people here. No one here can take a blow from me and still sit safe and sound, including a certain senior here. This is a warning. As for who I'm targeting, it's up to you. Originally, I was just quietly hiding here, waiting for the opening of the yin-yang world. I didn't intend to communicate with you. It was you who came to me. After these words, everyone's expression changed slightly. Many people frowned slightly. This guy was too arrogant. On the contrary, they felt that this guy shouldn't have much energy left after killing two Son of God experts. Speaking of which, in terms of etiquette alone, compared to the Emperor of War and Emperor Might of this generation, you guys are really bad. Yin Nuashing said something that was unclear. Then she sat down calmly and resumed her boring posture of holding her cheek with her left hand. She then added in her heart, well, I don't have much etiquette either. Yuan Shi and the others didn't think much of this sentence, but the others narrowed their eyes slightly when they heard it. They looked at Yin Nuashing and the others with some hesitation. Did this guy know the two people on the Supreme List? Even if he didn't know them, he should have at least seen them and communicated with them. Otherwise, why would he talk about etiquette? The valiant man looked at Yin Nuashing with a frown. The energy in his body calmed down at this moment. He turned his eyes and looked at the yellow-dressed woman beside him. The latter shook her head slightly at him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He walked to the black ice block and was about to say something to Yin Nuashing. Yin Nuashing snapped her fingers again, and the ice block disappeared in an instant. Even the falling snowflakes disappeared completely, as if they had never existed in the first place. Lu Bai fell out of the black ice with his eyes closed. His skin was pale from the cold, and he was almost frozen into ice. However, the valiant man caught him and tested a few spots on his body. He was slightly relieved when he found that Lu Bai was still alive, but in a deep coma. If Lu Bai had died here, it would have been troublesome. Seeing the valiant man sit back down without saying a word, as if he had swallowed his words, Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that if the valiant man said anything more, Yin Nuashing would tear down this place in a fit of anger. Xian patted Yin Nuashing reproachfully and said, You, why do you always pose in such a scary way? Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue and muttered, all the people gathered here are young people. We are already attracting a lot of attention. This crazy girl has some old grudges with others. If we don't handle it well, we might get 1 or 2 people involved. It's better to be fierce. Look, it's not so annoying now. I don't like this kind of atmosphere. Ming nodded and said, my brother is very fierce. It's just that this place is a little quiet. Yin Nuashing was speechless. This was just a side effect. It was not a big problem. Then, he felt a strange gaze, and he couldn't help but raise his head. He saw that on the top floor, there was an old man looking at him thoughtfully, which made him a little speechless. The old man was the senior that he had accidentally mentioned. At this moment, this high-level god was looking at him curiously. When he saw that he was looking at him, he nodded slightly. Yin Nuashing also nodded and gave him an apologetic look. Then she lowered her head and saw that everyone was looking at her. She spread out her hands and said, the senior who was unjustly implicated. Everyone responded with an, oh, and turned their gazes away. What do you think of the younger generation of the Kuan Yuan region? Most of the young experts are gathered here. Well, I guess you won't see anyone on the supreme list, Chu Yingzhan said with a smile. Yuan Shi and the others looked around thoughtfully and found it difficult to ask. However, Yu tugged at her sleeve with a strange look and said, Sister Chu, it's not convenient to answer this question in front of Brother Yin. Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She smiled bitterly and said, that's true. With this pervert sitting here, how could he take a fancy to the younger generation? Everyone laughed dryly. It's good that you understand. After a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion returned to normal. This time, more people were looking at Yin Nuashing and the others, but many of them were doubtful and suspicious. Obviously, Yin Nuashing's words just now had made many people suspicious. However, after seeing that the valiant man had swallowed his anger, everyone stopped thinking about it and looked away, lest they be frozen into popsicles in the next second. Lu Bai had not woken up yet. It would be bad if he was frozen and missed the opening of the yin-yang world. As for those gazes, Yin Nuashing could ignore most of them. If no one came to talk to him, he would be happy to be free. As for the battle, just now, there were still many people whispering to each other. To him, not even a single thread of energy was consumed. Hey, idiot, let me ask you a question. Chu Yingzhan touched his arm and said in his soul, after you become a demigod, what level of enemy can you kill with all your strength? As soon as this question came out, Xian and the others also pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the answer to this question. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Obviously, he did not expect her to ask such a strange question. After a moment, he showed a thoughtful expression. He calculated silently in his heart for a while, and then said, not counting the artifact, if I go all out, I can probably kill a strong emperor of the netherworld. High-level gods are still very powerful for me now. Everyone was speechless. He said he could kill them in the beginning and said they were still very powerful in the end. Why did it sound so harsh? Do you have any idea how many major realms you've crossed? If I count the divine weapon, it won't be a problem to kill early and middle god emperors easily. As for late god emperors, maybe it won't be a problem either. But for god emperors who have entered the 1,000-layered 100 revolutions, it will take a lot of effort, just a bit of effort. But to kill a god, even one who has just entered the first realm, there is a prerequisite. He has to stand there and wait for me to attack, and then defend. Maybe I can kill him, Yin Nuashing said as he twirled his fingers. When everyone heard this, they were not too surprised. Before he had advanced to the demigod level, he had already killed a quasi-god level master. Now he had advanced from the second seal of the demigod level to the peak of the demigod level. His combat power was even more exaggerated. However, knowing that he could not deal with a quasi-god level master, they could not help but sigh. How powerful was the gap between the emperor god level and the quasi-god level? Unable to do anything? After hearing everyone's question, Yin Nuashing was also stunned. He then hurriedly waved his hands. How can I be helpless? After all, I was once a heavenly god. Even if I'm only a weak demigod now, I still have some methods to deal with late god rank experts. Well, it's not very safe. It's more like playing with my life. I have at least 3 methods to deal with that situation. If that situation really happens, Yin Oshing said as he stretched out 3 fingers, then spread his hands. It's very dangerous. If there are no accidents, he probably won't use his full strength, Xian said softly. Yin Nuoshing nodded. Now in the world of the gods, there should be very few situations that would make him use his full strength. But it was hard to say. He kept bumping into the forbidden areas all day long. It was hard to guarantee that he would not encounter a situation that would require him to use his full strength. A soft sound of a bell and drum quietly spread throughout the pavilion. As the sound rang out, many people stopped talking and looked around thoughtfully. Then, a look of joy flashed across their faces. It was finally time. Their eyes impatiently turned to the top floor of the pavilion. There, an old figure with white hair and a beard that reached his waist slowly walked out. However, the old man's back was very straight. He was dressed in a white robe and had a rather sage-like aura. As he appeared, the gazes of countless people turned slightly hot. "Ha! It seems that a rather impressive little fellow has come to my water cloud pavilion." The old figure looked at the young figures in the pavilion and smiled slightly. His gaze lingered on Yin Nuoshing and the others, who appeared particularly indifferent. Then he said, "My name is Qing Bu, the pavilion master of the water cloud pavilion. I'm in charge of sending out information about the Yin world this time." The young experts in the pavilion stood up and cupped their hands. The Water Cloud Pavilion had a certain reputation in the northeast region of the Kuan-Yuan region. A large part of the reason was that they were close to the Yin world. Their pavilion master was an emperor of the underworld expert. Just in the northeast region of the Kuan-Yuan region, they were a first-class force. There were not many forces comparable to them in this region. However, if they were placed on the stage of the world of the gods, they could barely be regarded as a second-class force. Many people were taken aback by Qing Bu's words. They looked down at Yin Nuo planet and saw Qing Bu nodding at him in a friendly manner. Many people's expressions hardened. Who is this fellow? Even the pavilion master of the Water Cloud Pavilion was so polite to him. Did you recognize him? Xian and the others asked in their souls. Well, as a high-level god, as long as he's not the kind who doesn't pay attention to the outside world and only wants to cultivate in seclusion every day, it's not surprising that he can recognize me. Yin Nuoshing shrugged. Senior Qing Bu, when can we enter the Yin world this time? We only received the news that it's about to open. Please give us some guidance. The valiant man cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. The intelligence of the Yin world was jointly handled by several forces in the Water Cloud City. Every year, they would take turns. When the Yin world was about to open, they would be the first to send experts who could withstand the power of the Yin world at its peak to conduct an investigation inside. This year, it was the Water Cloud Pavilion's turn to be fully responsible for this matter. The forces in charge of the intelligence of the Yin world occupied a certain amount of opportunities and advantages. As for these matters, everyone had a tacit understanding. Qing Bu stroked his white beard and nodded. With a wave of his hand, a map condensed by divine vitality was projected in the air of the pavilion. No matter which angle one looked at it, it was the same. On the map, a very well-shaped circle appeared. A brown mountain range cut the circle in half like a snake. Although it was not a perfect arc, it could be seen that it was a Tai Chi diagram. On the map, every place had a super high energy reaction. The snake-shaped arc and the other two eyes had an even stronger reaction. It was so bright that it seemed to be burning. In the Yin world this time, the ebb tide will start from these 2 points in the middle. The 2 types of energy will retreat to the 2 sides. The upper and lower ends and the middle of the Yin mountain range will be the place where the energy will converge. Like a wind cave, the energy from all directions will converge there. The 2 completely opposite energies will constantly stimulate each other. If swept in, even an Emperor God expert will gradually be exhausted to death. Qing Bu looked at the map condensed by divine vitality and said, "The ebb tide will last for a day. After the energy tide retracts, it will last for about half a month. In the Yin world, there are hidden dangers that will obstruct you in various ways. We don't know the specifics. Even in the yin-yang world, the places near the ground are in a sealed state. The experts of the Water Cloud Pavilion look down from the sky and don't know what's below. Everything will have to wait until the official opening. The map, condensed by divine vitality, gradually changed under Qing Bu's control. The energy that covered the entire circular map began to shrink from the center of the circle to the upper and lower ends. After shrinking to a certain range, it solidified. The edges of the two ends still had a high energy reaction, but it gradually weakened toward the center. Is there less than half of the safe zone in the yin-yang world this year? Looking at the map, everyone's expression was a little ugly. On the map, the high energy reaction covered almost half of the map. This time, the energy retraction didn't seem to be strong. Although this wasn't worth recording for Yun Nuoxing, he had sat here for half a day. He might as well record it down as he was bored. Anyway, he could come and go freely in the yin-yang world. If it wasn't for the fact that he could use it to temper his body, he would have rushed in long ago when the safe period arrived. After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuoxing felt that it was nothing. He got up and waved to everyone. Let's go. It's time to move. Chapter 942. The Water Cloud Pavilion behind them was still a little noisy. Yun Nuoxing and the others had already retreated from the Water Cloud Pavilion. When they left, they attracted some attention. Apart from which Chu, whom many people knew was from the Kuan Yuan region, the rest of the people in this group were all very mysterious and unfamiliar, especially the demigod level who was covered in colorful clothes. His strength seemed to be only at the demigod level, but he had casually killed 2 elementary god levels and even dared to warn everyone in the pavilion. Even the pavilion master of the Water Cloud Pavilion treated him with respect. Who was that person? Just this alone was enough to make everyone extremely vigilant. After the group left the Water Cloud Pavilion, they flew towards the Yin-yang mountain range at full speed. With Yun Nuoxing around, even in the eyes of beginner gods, the extreme flash of the light element was just a flash of light. If they didn't pay full attention, they wouldn't be able to see anyone passing by. At most, they would only feel that their eyes were blurred. In the Yin-yang mountain range, 2 kinds of energy rolled and collided in this huge mountain range, making rolling thunder. At this time, it was not time for the yin-yang world to open, so there were very few people around. There were only a few people, and their auras were not as strong as those of the younger generation in the Water Cloud Pavilion. It seems that the yin-yang world has attracted a lot of people. Seeing people stop outside the mountain range, Yuan, she looked around for a while and said, "Have you figured out the situation of the yin-yang world?" Xian looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked softly. Yun Nuoxing nodded, looking at the place where the energy thunder kept rolling, and said, "Well, on the surface, it should be similar to what you know. The energy on the ground is completely divided. The left side is yin, and the right side is yang." Looking around and feeling that the direction was not right, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and controlled the Netherworld Ruin Sword to circle around the yin-yang mountain range. The evil spirit, I also emitted a bright light, staring at the mountain range where the terrifying energy was rolling. After a certain moment, she stopped the Netherworld Ruin Sword, then pointed forward and said, "This dividing line divides the yin-yang mountain range into 2 halves from top to bottom. The left side is yin, and the right side is yang, which can also be said to be Tai-yin and Tai-yang. The 2 eyes on this line are Xiao-yang and Xiao-yin. Well, this is what we know on the surface. Is there a specific difference?" Chu Yingzhan asked anxiously after hearing some clues. "Well, I can't tell you the details." Yun Nuoxing put her hands in her pockets. She thought for a while and said, "Originally, in the Xiaoyin area, there was less yin and more yang. Conversely, in the Xiaoyin area, there was less yang and more yin. In this place, in the Xiaoyin area, there was no yin at all. It was all exuberant yang. It was the same for the Xiaoyin area. When things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction," Qing Yin said indifferently. "Well, I don't know either. I don't know much about Tai Chi in the ancient era. It was not popular. It seems that there was only some weak research in the ancient era. The Yin-yang mountain range is indeed in the shape of Tai Chi. Yin Nuashing said. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and frowned, saying, "It seems that there were many people who studied it during the mythological era. Well, in the end, there was nothing left from that lost era. In the ancient era, it was very difficult to excavate the remains of the mythological era. There was not much left in the study of Tai Chi. It is even harder to study it in this era. Speaking of which, Taiyuan territory and Jiyuan territory, aren't they Taiji? Kuan Yuan territory and Gan Yuan territory combined, aren't they Qian Kuan? Yuanshi seemed to have discovered something and suddenly looked at Yun Nua planet. It's useless. The number of people who have discovered this is too many to count. During the ancient era, a group of heavenly gods had nothing better to do and studied the god realm from top to bottom, from inside to outside, but I couldn't find anything special about the god realm. It's just a name, so don't worry too much about it. Besides, the shape doesn't look like it either." Yin Nuashing waved his hand casually. Yuanshi thought for a while and said, "That seems to be true." Yin Nuashing paused for a moment. She stretched out a finger and sighed, saying, "In the ancient era, the heavenly veins are poor for 3 generations. Tai Chi destroys a lifetime. Is this why there are not many heavenly veins masters and no one studies Tai Chi?" Everyone was speechless. "Well, as far as I know, heavenly veins masters are quite rich. However, I have seen many poor heavenly veins masters. They often engage in underground projects and have to buy all kinds of strange things. In fact, they spend a lot of money." Yin Nuashing shrugged. "Underground projects? Digging graves?" Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. Dragon veins, and things related to mysterious crystals." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. The so-called underground projects refer to the heavenly veins masters drilling in and out of the ground. They often came out of the ground with dirty faces. This major profession gave birth to many minor professions, but they could only learn a little of the heavenly veins master's skills. A few years ago in Divine Sky City, Yin Nuashing and the others had seen a lot of heavenly veins masters. Isn't it said that heavenly veins masters can shift the position of the stars? Chu Yingjian said. Then they have to be heavenly veins masters in great success, or at least at the level of Emperor God. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. There were 2 branches of heavenly veins masters, celestial masters and heavenly veins masters. There was no specific classification. The level of these 2 professions was basically based on the level of cultivation. To be specific, there were several dividing lines. However, no one in this group was a heavenly veins master, so no one could tell the difference. Even Yin Nuashing did not know. He did not have much information about heavenly veins masters in his head. He had not studied them before, nor had he studied them now, even though he had a little inheritance of heavenly veins masters. However, these were not related to where they were now, so they did not pay much attention to it. After chatting for a while, they changed the topic. It's about 2 hours before the tide ebbs. The space of the Pillar of Creation is in the middle of the mountain range, which is also the center of the yin-yang world. It's an absolutely safe space. Let's go there first. Yin Nuashing pointed in the direction of the center and said. Yuanshi spread out his hands. "You have the final say." Yin Nuashing smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, energy barriers suddenly appeared on the netherworld sword, enveloping the group. Yin Nuashing slowly spread his 6 wings, and the 9th heaven spirit concealment array also appeared on the netherworld sword at his will. He switched to the defensive mode on the outermost layer. It seemed that the yin-yang world also gave him a lot of pressure. He had already activated such a heavy defense before entering. However, after those defenses appeared, everyone felt a lot more at ease. Unless they were bombarded by a divine emperor with all their strength, there should not be any loopholes in the defense. The netherworld sword swayed and led everyone into the surging energy field. They broke in along the side of the moon and did not choose the mountain range in the center. That was where the 2 types of energy completely repulsed and fused. The energy was very violent. Even though Yin Nuashing had several layers of powerful energy barriers, he did not want to waste too much energy to resist. If he entered from one side, the pressure would be reduced a lot. Moreover, Yin Nuashing observed with his evil spirit eye that in the energy field, the higher they went, the more chaotic the energy was. On the contrary, at the bottom, the energy tended to be calm. Rumble. When a netherworld sword carried everyone into the yin-yang sky, the outer layers of the barriers suddenly became bright. The color in their line of sight faded slightly, and all they could see was a mist. The bright barriers lit up the surroundings like bright lamps. The temperature suddenly dropped a level. This is the yin side, right? Is this the yin energy? I've never sensed this kind of energy before. It's so strange. She released a weak soul force between the layers of barriers. He did not dare to rush out at once. The high-energy reaction outside made his nerves sound an alarm. The moment he rushed out, it would probably backfire on him. What a strange energy! Xian and the others also sensed it and exclaimed, "It's cold and very soft. My body is responding to it and asking me to jump over. I've never had such a reaction before. It seems to be very eager for the energy there." Yu shook Yin Nuashing's arm and said with an inexplicable excitement, "The yin energy is suitable for women to refine their bodies, while the yang energy is suitable for men to refine their bodies. Well, this is a normal situation." Yin Nuashing lay on the netherworld sword and kept looking down. He said, "The yin and yang energy is not an ordinary energy used to refine your bodies. You can experience its beauty later, but not now. The energy outside is too violent. You can't bear it if you go out directly. I can't bear it either." Suddenly, Yin Nuashing's eyes fixed on a place. He waved his hand to stop the netherworld sword. Seeing him like this, the others also came up and followed his line of sight. "What's wrong? What did you see?" "There's life inside. It seems to be the original life of this place, a life born from the yin energy." Yin Nuashing raised his head and said, "There's life in this damn place?" The others were shocked. The first condition for a place to give birth to life was to be calm. In this place, there were high-energy reactions as far as the eye could see. What filled one's vision was either rolling energy or exploding energy lightning. How could there be life in such a place? The energy reaction at the bottom tends to be calm. There's a layer of barrier. Oh, I get it. That barrier is keeping the violent energy outside. The energy inside is very calm. This area is pure energy. If you look higher, in the thick clouds above the yin-yang sky, there are two types of energy mixed together. The falling energy snowflakes and ice crystals are also mixed with the two types of energy. Only inside the barrier is a single type of energy that is absolutely pure and calm. Yin Nuashing slowly stood up and looked around. This area is not small. It will probably be exposed when the tide recedes. What kind of life forms are they? Xian looked down but couldn't see anything. He could only ask. Ordinary life forms, mutated demon beasts, and so on. Anyway, there's no one here. Moreover, you've seen the most miraculous life forms in this world. Do you feel that it's unbelievable that there's life forms here? Yin Nuashing smiled. The most miraculous life forms? Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Zero, Jikuan. The two of them. One is a life form of time, the other is a life form of the void. They represent the sea of time and the endless void. Yin Nuashing said calmly, "Don't tell me you forgot." "Ah, I didn't forget. It's just that it doesn't feel real. It's too miraculous. It doesn't feel real in front of us." Yuanshi scratched his head and laughed dryly. "The position is too high. It brings a clear sense of distance," Ming said. Yin Nuashing had a strange expression. Then, he pointed at himself. Everyone was stunned and waved their hands speechlessly. "You're a weirdo. That's another matter." In the yin-yang world, the thick energy fog blocked most of the vision and senses. Here, the senses of ordinary people couldn't even extend for 1,000 meters. Yin Nuashing's was more or less blocked, but it wasn't limited to 1,000 meters. His soul power merged with the void and sensed in this space through that pure place. It extended very far. Moreover, the yin-yang world seemed very monotonous. Perhaps important things, such as life forms, were hidden behind that layer of safety barrier. They were flying in the air, so they couldn't see anything. In the lunar region, they followed the clearly visible mountain range 1,000 meters to the right. The energy there was so vigorous that it was almost like rows of volcanoes connected together, erupting nonstop all day long. Everyone could feel the powerful energy there without Yun Nuoxing's reminder. Can we really enter that place? Chu Yingxian's face twitched. The court hadn't ended yet, and there was already such a powerful energy reaction there. When the tide receded, most of the energy in the Yingyang world would shrink back to the nest. Wouldn't that place be even more violent? If I could enter a few years ago, I won't have a problem with the current me. Yin Nuoxing pursed his lips. The super defense built by his pile of divine artifacts wasn't to be trifled with, but it was only defense. It was useless to rush in. If they couldn't come into contact with the energy, they could only watch helplessly if they ran to such a dangerous place. The hiding place of the Pillar of Creation would always be a place that others couldn't see, but if someone had the key, it would be quite easy to enter. For example, now, everyone only saw Yun Nuoxing controlling the Netherworld Ruin Sword to fly toward the mountain range. Then, at a certain moment, a blue sky and white clouds suddenly appeared in their line of sight. There was also a huge black metal pillar whose top could never be seen, like a starry sky beacon. Wow, there's such an abyss of suffering outside, but it's still so peaceful here. Yuanshi couldn't help but smack his lips when he accidentally entered this place of eternal tranquility. Just now, he felt that there were energy reactions in all directions, and now the world had quieted down. In the sky, there was a corner of a huge matrix. It was as if it had foreseen their arrival. The matrix had been floating there all this time. The top of the matrix seemed to be connected to the Pillar of Creation. A huge energy ripple appeared on the matrix and spread into the distance. The Pillar of Creation was also covered with golden runes. Has it been fixed? Seeing that it seemed to have been fixed, everyone was stunned. Could it be that someone had arrived here before them and fixed it while they were at it? Aha, that's impossible. This is probably a preparatory state. Previously, 2 of the pillars of creation were adjusted, and the rest are probably linked. This is good too. When we find them one by one, we won't have to check every single one. Yin Nuoxing chuckled. Everyone let out a long, "oh," then sat down in a row on the grass. It was as if they were still in the same position and angle. They raised their heads and watched Yin Nuoxing rush toward the Pillar of Creation, releasing a strange energy and fiddling with something that they couldn't understand. After a while, everyone saw a brilliant golden light flash from the Pillar of Creation and disappear in a flash. The golden runes also lit up for a moment, then went silent. The magic formation in the sky was the same. Then, everyone saw Yun Nuoxing, who was brimming with light elements, emerge from the space beside them. It's done. Yuanshi looked up and rolled his eyes. It's only been an hour. It's faster than before. The repair will be faster and faster. The linked reaction of the Pillar of Creation is moving spontaneously. I've just repaired the light element seal on this Pillar of Creation, and the seal has aged. The light element in this world has begun to weaken. After the dark element has been erased from the rules, will the light element also disappear with the world? Yin Nuoxing sighed. Everyone was silent. This was the rules of the world, and it was the choice of the world. There was no other way. Chu Yingxian immediately reacted. She saw everyone's inexplicably sorrowful expressions, and in the blink of an eye, she saw Yun Nuoxing smirking there. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and she suddenly thought of something. That's not right. 1,000 years later, the rules have changed. Everyone was stunned. After the rules were reversed, it seemed that everything would come back to life, right? When they turned around and saw Yin Nuoxing looking at them with a mischievous smile, everyone understood. Then, they looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. They were fooled by this girl again. Well, the dark element has completely become history. Even if the rules are reversed, it won't come back to life because it was erased by someone. But let's not talk about this now. Yin Nuoxing smiled and waved her hand. looking left and right at Xian and the others. Yin Nuoxing put her hands on her hips and said, "Well, there are more girls in our group." "That's—" Chu Yingxian muttered softly. "This is your big harem." "Ouch! Ouch!" Yin Nuoxing used a knife to wake the girl up from her daydreaming. Chu Yingxian immediately exploded and rushed in front of Yin Nuoxing and shouted, "Why did you hit me?" With a slap, he pushed that beautiful face away from him. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and said, "Who told you to let your imagination run wild all day? Little Star wants to split up and temper her body separately?" Xian blinked. She remembered that Yin Nuoxing said that yin energy was suitable for women and yang energy was suitable for men. She immediately thought of this. Yin Nuoxing blinked and didn't immediately respond. He paced back and forth with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Occasionally, he would snap his fingers to indicate that he had thought of something, but then he would shake his head, as if he didn't think it was feasible. Everyone knew what he was thinking just by looking at his movements. Half an hour later, Yin Nuoxing didn't stop after snapping his fingers. Everyone looked up and saw her smile with a row of shiny teeth. "I have an idea." "Well, the initial idea was to split up, but it's not easy to do so, right? Even if I give the Netherworld Ruin sword to one of you, you won't be able to use half of its power. Half of the power won't be able to withstand the violent energy outside," Yin Nuoxing said. Shouldn't we wait until the tide recedes? Won't the energy be safer then?" Yuanxi scratched his head and said, "You could take your girls over there. The two of us can handle it ourselves. The bottom level is indeed safer." Yin Nuoxing shook her head and smiled faintly. "But don't you think that the tempering effect will be better in a place with a high energy density?" Everyone stumbled and almost fell to the ground. They knew she was going to say that. Yuanxi spread his hands. What was that saying again? All they had to do now was smile. Chapter 943. Emerging from the absolute peace of the pillar of creation, which was forever unaffected by the outside world, the energy barrier expanded again in an instant, isolating the still violent energy outside. Yin Nuoxing, who was holding up the barrier, had long hair that was originally dazzling in color. At this moment, everyone realized that when this guy was holding up the barrier, his hair seemed to be especially bright. Me? I'm already refining and absorbing the energy outside. When everyone asked, Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, then calmly replied. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds. Yin Nuoxing flung her long hair back with both hands, then reached out and pointed at the multiple layers of barriers that surrounded them. 5 layers of barriers, 1 layer of life-bound formation. While the 9 heavens spirit concealing formation isolates the energy, it continuously transmits energy to me. No. Didn't you say that the yin energy is suitable for women? Yuanxi's eyes widened. This place was on the side of the moon, right? TSK, this pervert. Chu Yingxian smacked her lips and distanced herself from her with a look of disdain. Although I don't know what you're thinking, I think you must have thought of something very rude. Yin Nuoxing stared at her with a black face and waved her hand. At the end of the day, the yin energy is just a type of energy, and it's more suitable for women. However, we didn't say that men can't use it, right? It's just a matter of utilization and compatibility. Some people who cultivate mystic techniques are inclined towards the yin attribute, so of course they're suitable for the yin energy. Also, why can't men who cultivate the water element use the energy here? Everyone's cheeks twitched, and they felt that they couldn't refute her. In terms of energy, Yin Nuoxing was an energy master because of her physique. Furthermore, she had her past memories, so that was even more exaggerated. In terms of knowledge of energy and other aspects, she was far ahead of them. You just said that there's a way to dilute the energy outside and directly use this violent energy? Yuanxi raised his head and looked at the thick clouds in the sky. Every flash of lightning made his heart tremble slightly. He thought of what Yin Nuoxing had said. Although he was looking forward to it and knew that this guy was omnipotent, he was still a little worried. Of course there's a way. After thinking about it for a long time, I still think that method is more appropriate, just that it's a bit noisy. Yin Nuoxing nodded. She looked around and said, "There's still half a day before the tide recedes. This can be considered a small seclusion. Although I don't know how long I'll be in seclusion, I'll just pick a place with the densest energy. This way, I won't have to worry about the formation not being able to sustain itself." Brother, when the tide recedes, the energy of yin-yang heaven will recede toward the upper and lower ends. At that time, the energy concentration at the apex will reach its maximum, Ming said. Yin Nuoxing nodded. So there are only two places to choose from. One is at the end of the moon, and the other is at the end of the sun. However, because it's at the apex, the two types of energy will converge there at the same time. The ice crystal particles produced from the fusion are actually a kind of pure energy crystal. If you just absorb those, the effect will not be small. But before I go into seclusion, I have to go to Shaoyin and Shaoyang to get the Taxianyin essence and Tianxianyang essence. At the same time, I'll condense your carriers into crystals here. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. Then let's go to Shaoyin first. We'll go to Shaoyang later. Then, we'll go into seclusion at the apex of Taixian for a while. Yuan, she said and chuckled. After all, there are more girls in our team. Chu Yingxian nodded. Yes, it's all his harem. It hurts. Touching the hand knife that caused sparks to fly, Yin Nuoxing looked suspiciously at Chu Yingxian, who was jumping up and down with her head in her hands. Was this crazy girl's head made of metal? Why was it so hard? Because there weren't any big movements, and they didn't use much energy. They didn't rest, and flew directly to Shaoyin. When the energy tide receded, the energy density there would increase exponentially and become a terrifying hell. Even emperor gods wouldn't dare to casually step into that place. However, everyone thought that since the court hadn't ended yet, that place should perhaps not be that scary. However, when everyone arrived at the place where the eye was located, they realized that they had guessed wrongly. Sure enough, what they saw on paper and what they saw in reality were two completely different things. How was this, Shaoyin? In this place, the yin energy was so concentrated that it almost solidified out of thin air. Yin Nuoxing almost went blind when he used his evil spirit eye to look at it. That kind of huge amount made the illusory energy seem to have the concept of mass. The space seemed to be somewhat distorted by the pressure of this energy, slowly twisting towards the eye like a huge whirlpool. Does this place lead to hell? Yuan Shi's face twitched. There was actually a pool of water in this place. It was a huge pool of water with a diameter of 100 miles. Or rather, it was a huge lake that was light black in color. Looking down from the center, it was as black as an abyss. It was an energy pool that was completely condensed from yin energy. It was so concentrated that it was liquid. By the side of the lake, the energy would condense into thumb-sized, transparent white crystals that would fall to the ground. The energy in this place was already overflowing. It was already at this stage before the tide receded. If the lake water were to boil, it would really look like hell at first glance. It's so cold. Little Moon shivered and rubbed her arms. After thinking for a while, she moved closer to Yin Nuoxing's embrace and rubbed against it twice. Only then did she feel a little warmer. Rubbing the little head that was rubbing against his chest, Yin Nuoxing let out a breath of air. That breath of air directly turned into a block of ice and froze in the air. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched when they saw this. This place was too exaggerated. Phew! If it weren't for the special rules of the realm of the gods, this temperature would be enough to freeze the space. Of course, I'm referring to the normal state of space. The space in the realm of the gods is not normal, so it won't be so easy to freeze it. As Yin Nuoxing spoke, he took out another divine artifact and added a barrier. Only then did everyone feel the temperature rise a little. Let's go down. Yin Nuoxing informed everyone. Everyone nodded. He took a deep breath and then controlled the Netherwind's sword to turn around. A sharp sword aura bloomed, and wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the light black lake water seemed to part. The energy that was blown away by the sword aura crackled all around. Then, Everyone saw thumb-sized, transparent ice crystals continuously appear in the air and fall into the lake, creating circles of ripples. This cold, Een energy. Is this Een energy really that powerful? Xian and Mei Mao looked serious. Could this kind of energy really be used to temper one's body and not to freeze one into an ice sculpture? Yin Nuoxing waved his hand, and 5 types of divine flames surged out of his body. They turned into 5 small rings of fire and enveloped the barrier. Everyone felt the temperature around them recover a little. It seemed that Yin Nuoxing also felt that this place was very scary. He was close to putting all his effort into the defense. After making the final layer of defense, Yin Nuoxing let out a light breath. With a wave of his hand, the Netherin sword carried everyone into the lake. Chi! An ear-piercing sound rang in everyone's ears. In front of them, several types of extreme energy reacted. The energy surged and exploded, creating a bizarre scene. However, the darkness in front of them didn't change much. The extremely cold energy that seeped in through the layers of defense made everyone feel that the energy circulating in their bodies showed signs of stagnation. Everyone's expressions turned serious. They also circulated their energy to prevent themselves from being frozen into ice. It feels like this is the 9th level of the underworld. Qin Yin couldn't help but say as she circulated her energy to protect herself. The 9th level of the underworld is much calmer than this place. Yin Nuoxing also couldn't help but say. Xian observed her surroundings with some unease. She rubbed her somewhat numb, jade-like hands. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes paused. Her voice was somewhat nervous as she said, "Little Xingxing, your hair has frozen." Yin Nuoxing paused. He turned around and swung his long hair. Indeed, he felt something heavy hanging behind his head. He didn't know when, but every strand of his hair had turned into strips of ice. He didn't even realize it. He activated the divine flames in his body slightly and melted the layers of ice. Fortunately, it was just ordinary ice. It didn't cause his energy to stagnate. Oh, the 9 Heavens Spirit Concealment Formation's feedback energy is too strong. It's frozen. Yin Nuoxing brushed his colorful hair. He felt that it was going to freeze again. He couldn't be bothered with it. The ice wouldn't disturb him. It's fine. Don't worry. The Nether Void sword turned into a streak of golden light and quickly swept down to the bottom. The Nether Void sword was violently resisting the other forces here. Ice constantly appeared on the outermost energy barrier and melted. Wherever the Nether Void sword passed, it left behind a large hole. Large amounts of ice crystals immediately appeared in the hole. A few seconds later, the lake water swept over and sank the ice crystals into the water, disappearing without a trace. This lake was also ridiculously deep. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a well. It was a well of unknown depth. As everyone went deeper, the Nether Void sword became more and more vigorous. Yin Nuoxing had to use more divine artifacts to strengthen his defenses. It wasn't that the energy outside was strong enough for him to fully defend himself. The pervasive Nether Void sword was the reason why Yin Nuoxing's expression was so grave. The Nether Void sword could enter through several layers of barriers. In the end, he had no choice but to use a formation and several divine artifacts to create a barrier of laws to resist the extreme cold. It's so deep. Does this place really lead to the 9th level of the underworld? Yuanshi looked at the pitch-black bottom of the lake and couldn't help but frown. He looked around and saw that the others were also helping to defend, but most of the effort was done by Yin Nuoxing. He was certain that if they passed through the energy barrier, they would immediately be frozen into chunks of popsicles. They couldn't see anything in the pitch-black bottom of the lake. They could only see the energy barrier and the Nether Void sword cutting through the water and drifting backward. Everyone turned to look around. In a daze, they seemed to see a pale, yellow river surging from the distance. It was unknown how wide the river was, but it was practically a sea. Everyone was shocked. In the long river, there were giants whose bodies were as big as mountains. They held broken weapons in their hands and staggered in the long river. Their roars almost shattered the void. In the long river, there was also a large group of strange-looking creatures. Even the humanoid creatures looked very strange. There were also figures that looked like gods and devils. They were struggling in the long river, and tears of blood flowed from their eyes. In the sky above the long river, the river of stars shattered. Incomparably huge stars exploded one after another, becoming brilliant fireworks in the starry sky. The stars dimmed, and tens of thousands of stars fell. They couldn't see the source of the river, but if they looked around, they could see the end. It was pitch black, as if it was an endless void. Perhaps it was really a black hole that had swallowed the river, the shattered stars, and the figures that looked like gods and devils. There wasn't even a trace of light. Everyone was shaken. They felt that they had seen something incredible. It wasn't something they could know. They should close their eyes, but the river had an inexplicable attraction that made them unable to close their eyes. Don't look. A gentle voice that contained a mysterious power woke them up from their inexplicable state. They abruptly regained their senses. The light yellow river was still in front of them, but they immediately reacted and shifted their gazes away. Cold sweat covered their faces. After a long time, Yuan-Shi panted, his voice trembling. "What's that?" 30,000 creatures crossing the yellow spring. Yin Nuoxing said indifferently. The three. Here didn't mean the number 3. It meant a lot, or countless. The 3,000 great worlds, the end of all the realms in the universe, the eternal reincarnation station. Yin Nuoxing lifted her head and looked at the slowly moving picture at her sight. Then, she closed her eyes and said indifferently, "I've been there many times. The 9th netherworld, or the underworld." Everyone's hearts trembled. Did such a place really exist? The underworld is the home of all living things. Reincarnation is the journey of all living things. Generation after generation of gods and devils, the endless journey. The river Styx saves all living things, obliterates the dead, and goes to the afterlife. They multiply and multiply endlessly in the cycle of reincarnation, returning or starting all over again. One day, all the realms in the universe will be overturned, and those who have passed away will be reborn on the broken bones. Yin Nuoxing murmured, and her words sent chills down everyone's spines. Finally, she snapped her fingers and smiled at everyone. Excerpts from the introduction of the quotations from the mythological era. Everyone fell on the netherworld ruins, soared with a boom. Their foreheads couldn't be any darker. We have to speed up. This place seems to be connected to the underworld. If we're not careful, we might fall in. Yin Nuoxing looked at the towering river Styx and said to everyone. With a wave of her hand, the netherworld ruins, swords sped down. It's almost time to reach the bottom. Although this place shouldn't be as close to the bottom of the god realm as the Eastern Sea, this lake should be connected to an extremely deep underground. In fact, at the bottom of the god realm, one will come into contact with a layer of laws. That layer is the bottom of the god realm. The space beyond that layer is impossible to explore. That layer of laws is so strong that even celestial gods can't do anything about it. Quartermoon and the others also studied it back then. Yin Nuoxing stretched out her hand and condensed energy into a huge floating island. Then, she pointed at the bottom of the floating island and said, "It's about a third of the bottom. The tip of the island is completely undetectable. There's no way to explore it from the inside out. It's also one of the greatest secrets of the god realm. Since ancient times, no one has been able to uncover it. The same goes for the Pillar of Creation." As Yin Nuoxing spoke, the netherworld ruins soared gradually slowed down. Their surroundings were still pitch black, but something had appeared in front of them. It was a rocky ground, uneven and filled with broken stones. There was also a layer of pale, white ice covering the ground and the broken stones. The profound Een essence is here. Devil Nightmare shook its head left and right, but it was pitch black here, and it was difficult to see everything in one breath. The Netherwind sword carried them around the bottom, But what surprised everyone was that they did not see the great mysterious Een essence that Yun Nuo had mentioned. I see profound Een ice crystals. So they're produced in a place like this? Holding the fish that he had just scooped up, it was still emitting biting cold air, causing a thin layer of ice to appear on his palm. Yuanshi quickly put it down and waved her hand, circulating her divine essence, causing the layer of ice to gradually melt. It's the size of a human head. It's at least 100,000 kilograms. Nightmare looked left and right at the profound Een ice crystal. It was about the size of a human head and was still emitting cold energy. Bing Air stretched out her hand and shook it. A moment later, she quickly withdrew her hand and shook it. It's so cold. Yin Nuoxing, who was still searching for the profound Een essence, seemed to understand something. She couldn't help but smack her lips. Fisk, it's hiding. It's hiding. Everyone came back to their senses and remembered that they were looking for the profound Een essence. When they heard this, they were stunned. That thing could run away? Well, something like that. Knowing what everyone was puzzled about, Yin Nuoxing nodded. It's the condensed medium of the profound Een essence. It's almost like a fairy. Due to its uniqueness, although it doesn't have intelligence, it has some instincts to seek luck and avoid danger. It's like a reflex. This is troublesome. It's not good to stay in this place for too long. The low temperature caused by the cold energy is difficult to remove. Wait for another 30 days. Yin Nuoxing said. She suddenly saw the profound Een ice crystal from the corner of her eyes. She was stunned for a moment and stood up excitedly. Oh, it could be like this. Everyone was stunned when they saw her talking to herself. She suddenly became excited. Fishing. Yin Nuoxing chuckled. With a wave of his hand, the lunar platform that had been cast into the shape of an imprint platform appeared beside him. That even more terrifying cold energy caused everyone to tremble as they took a few steps back. Every time this thing appeared, the surrounding temperature would drop by several levels. Yin Nuoxing weighed the profound Een platform and nodded. Then, under everyone's stunned gaze, she threw it out of the barrier. Rumble, the profound Een platform's extremely heavy weight smashed into the bottom of the lake. The layer of white ice shattered with a crack. A shock wave could be clearly seen in the lake and spread in all directions at the bottom of the lake. The layer of white ice was completely destroyed. Even the sand and dust at the bottom of the lake were swept up, blurring the line of sight below. Fishing. Everyone's cheeks twitched when they thought of what he had just said. So when he said fishing, he meant smashing down with the profound Een platform, which fish was so strong that it could maintain its fish form after being smashed by the profound Een platform. However, everyone knew that when he said fishing, he didn't really mean fishing. He wanted to fish out the profound Een essence. Although he said fishing, the method he used was smashing. The rumbling sound continued for several minutes at the bottom of the lake. Everyone waited patiently for 10 minutes. When all the sand and dust had settled to the bottom of the lake and was about to be sealed in ice again, a blue light shone out from the darkness. That light was the lunar platform. It had smashed into the bottom of the lake, creating a large crater. Perhaps due to the influence of the cold Een energy in the surroundings, the lunar platform released a dazzling halo of light. Everyone could sense that it was constantly absorbing the energy within, and then Yin Nuoxing's body trembled. Her cheeks twitched. She said, "The profound Een platform is absorbing the energy here and feeding it back to me." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Spiritual divine body? That's too much of a cheat. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand. That was not the main point. She turned and looked at the profound Een platform. At this moment, it had already become a glowing stamp. On the stamp, there was something that had not been seen before. It was a long, pale white rock. It was like a mini mountain that was placed horizontally. On the pale white mountain, there were thumb-sized yellow crystals embedded. Even in the lake, they could see transparent air currents coming out of the holes in the rock and circling around it. I got it. It's the profound Een essence. Yin Nuoxing grinned. She waved her hand and made the profound Een platform fly back. She gently placed it on the netherworld ruins sword. Everyone gathered in front of the profound Een platform. Looking at the arm-sized rock, they could not help but ask, "This is the profound Een essence. It doesn't have that kind of Een energy. This aura is very gentle." Xian stretched out her hand curiously and waved it around the transparent air currents released by the profound Een essence. Her hand was slightly cold. She felt that she had touched cold air, but it was not as cold as the lake water outside the barrier. It was very soft like silk. "That's the profound Een Chi." Yin Nuashing smiled. As she spoke, she gently broke off a few thumb-sized yellow crystals from the profound Een essence. She said, "Merge the profound Een Chi into your own divine energy. Just like how you use your willpower to change your own energy and aura, you just have to carefully change your divine energy." "What is that?" Chu Yingxian looked at the yellow crystals she broke off and asked. "Een essence crystals. The essence of a fairy's item." Yin Nuashing opened her hand and counted. There were a total of 6 crystals. The 6 crystals were displayed like high-quality gemstones. They were very beautiful. "What's the use of them?" Yuer blinked her large eyes, looking expectant. "Yes, I think maybe we can do this." Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and mumbled. Then, under everyone's puzzled gazes, she ran to the profound Een platform and sat down cross-legged. She took out a bunch of unknown things and asked the girls for the things they carried with them. As for the latter, except for Chu Yingxian, who was shouting pervert as she took it out, everything else was normal. They watched in confusion as Yin Nuashing extracted and condensed the Een Chi outside, as if she was taking materials from the ground. Then, she used something to fiddle with the 6 Een essence crystals. Clanking sounds rang out. In short, 10 minutes later, Yin Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. She waved to everyone to indicate that she was done. Then, everyone gathered over. Jewelry. Everyone was stunned when they saw what she had placed on the profound Een platform. She had divided the 6 Een essence crystals into 8 equal portions. 2 of them were slightly larger, but they weren't small. Then, she used the Een Chi and Een energy outside to condense them into crystals and sealed the Een essence crystals inside. Finally, she either embedded them or hung them on a few items to make necklaces or bracelets. As for this thing, since it's a bit complicated and hard to explain, I'll use the simplest way to explain it. This thing can increase your cultivation speed and subtly increase your potential. It's quite effective even for gods, so that's how it works. Yin Nuashing said as she hung the necklace on Xian's necklace and hurriedly put on the jewelry for Ming, Little Moon, and Little Purple Soul. What a simple sentence. Yuan Shi and Mo Yan's cheeks twitched upon hearing this. Just the sentence alone was enough to make this thing's value skyrocket, especially that last part. Chapter 944. In another place in the Yin-Yang world, as far as the eye could see, there was a red heat in the golden light, as if they were in magma. There was a thick liquid in all directions, and the high temperature could almost burn a hole in the space. It might be a little too light to say that they were in magma, but it felt more like they were deep in the sun. The temperature distorted space, and even time had to retreat. You can't bear the temperature of the sun. Hearing the nightmare's chatter, Yin Nuashing couldn't help but roll her eyes. She pointed to the sky and said, "The central temperature of the 2 suns in our divine realm is enough to burn an emperor of the underworld powerhouse who majored in defense like barbecue meat on an iron plate." This slightly strange description made everyone's cheeks tremble. "Yuan," she said, "are you hungry?" Yin Nuashing nodded seriously. "A little. Are you going out for barbecue?" "It's my treat." "Okay." Everyone was angry. This isn't the time to talk about barbecue, right? Yin Nuashing and Yuan Shi shrugged and stuck out their tongues. At this time, they were in the Shaoyang area, but the situation here was exactly the same as the Shaoyin area. In this place, they could see the extremely bright fire without using the evil spirit eye. The Shaoyin area was reserved and deep as a 10,000-year-old ice, but here it was more like a fiery red and passionate sun, and it was in the center, so all they could see was fiery red and gold. Yun Nuoxing even deliberately used a few layers of barriers to block the light that was almost blinding. Otherwise, they would probably be blinded as soon as they saw it. The pure Yin energy in the Shaoyin area made the girls feel as if they were bathing in spring rain. Yin Nuoxing wanted to say winter rain, but she didn't dare to say it. The yang energy here made the three young men's faces glow red, and the skin exposed outside their clothes was illuminated red with a metallic luster. Oh, except for Yin Nuoxing, who wrapped himself impeccably and even wore gloves. "It's too hot," Yin Nuoxing said lightly. Everyone was speechless. After exchanging glances, they sighed helplessly and ignored the clown. Unlike the troublesome process of obtaining the extreme mysterious Yin essence, the heavenly mysterious Yang essence was quietly suspended at the bottom of the Yang lake, like a carefully polished jade sculpture. It was very beautiful, but its shape looked a bit like a tree, and it was not an ordinary kind of resemblance. What about the golden tree? It's very dazzling. The heavenly profound Yang essence that was fished up from the bottom of the lake was like a beautiful piece of art that had been sculpted into the shape of a tree. The golden roots of the tree were rooted in a golden rock, and under the dense foliage, there were fiery red fruits that looked like jade beads. It's so beautiful. How can nature give birth to such beautiful works of art? Little Moon, little purple soul, and Mei Mao's eyes shone brightly as they moved closer to look at it. Little purple soul even carefully reached out her small hand to touch the golden leaves, causing the leaves to rustle. "This thing has been touched." Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. "What do you mean it was naturally born? It was clearly sculpted by someone." Everyone was shocked. Yin Nuoxing was speechless. She grabbed it from a distance and turned it around to look at it, but she couldn't find any signature or traces left behind. Moreover, the heavenly mysterious Yang essence wasn't damaged other than being sculpted by someone as a work of art. Its energy was still round and full, but its shape, I don't know which idiot sculpted it, but other than its appearance, there's no damage. After looking at it for a long time, she still couldn't find anything left behind. Yin Nuoxing frowned, and a colorful light appeared between her fingers. She swept it across the extremely obvious sculpted area, but after a moment, she shook her head. "I can't sense it. Either many years have passed, or the person who sculpted it was a god. Well, I think it's more likely to be the latter." Waving her hand, she made it float in the air and carefully picked the red fruits. Yin Nuoxing said indifferently, "Perhaps it was originally much bigger than this. That old urchin, yes, old urchin, got playful, and then it became like this. Of course, he took a large part of it with him. Perhaps he didn't need so much, so he left behind this work of art for someone who came after him." Towards the end, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but feel her cheeks twitch. She couldn't continue. Who in the world was so bored as to turn the profound heavenly Yang essence into this? She asked for Yuan Shi and Nightmare's personal belongings and then laid them on the rings like she had just done. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and put away the remaining Yang essence crystals and profound heavenly Yang essence. After putting on a ring inlaid with the Yang essence crystals, Yuan Shi shivered all over. It was as if a warm current was flowing through his body, and an indescribable sense of comfort made him suck in a breath of cold air. He rolled his eyes, and a wretched expression appeared on his face, leaving everyone speechless. Feeling everyone's strange gazes on him, Yuan Shi quickly waved his hand and said, "Then where are we going to temper ourselves now?" "This." Yin Nuoxing packed up her things and lifted her foot to lightly stomp on the ground. A teleportation array wrapped around them, and they disappeared in a flash. When they reappeared, they were already floating above Yang Lake. "Well, normally speaking, you won't be able to use the energy here," Yin Nuoxing said after using the teleportation array to leave the bottom of the lake. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, they understood. They shook the crystals they were carrying and said, Is it this? The yin essence crystals and the yang essence crystals contain endless yin and yang energy. Yin Nuashing tossed a yang essence crystal and poured energy into it. After his star force entered the crystal, it came out from the other side a moment later. The energy had already turned into star force that was filled with yang energy. The energy inside is inexhaustible and can also allow you to cultivate yin and yang energy. The speed won't be any slower than tempering here. Wait a minute. After speaking, before anyone could respond, Yin Nuashing raised her hand again. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, "Speaking of which, you still have to condense the carrier into a crystal, right?" I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Yuanshi suddenly realized and slapped his forehead. Everyone, they stopped at the top of the yin-yang sky. This position was at a dividing point. One side was filled with yin energy, and the other side was filled with yang energy. High in the sky, the two types of energy constantly contacted and reacted, and a layer of pale energy crystals fell like snowflakes. If it weren't for the gray mist in sight, the scenery here would be quite beautiful. The cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of 1,000 cycles, a soft and gentle recitation, as if singing a hymn. The language of the mythological era made the world quietly change. The collision of energy in the sky stopped abruptly, and an incomparably mysterious array appeared on the ground. Endless divine patterns spread out from Yin Nuashing's body and took root in the space, condensing into a golden divine pattern tree about 10 feet in size. In the center of the divine pattern tree, a colorful divine pattern was condensed like a budding flower. Divine body of acceptance, binding release. These few words, coupled with what happened in front of them, made everyone break out in a cold sweat. The last time they saw this scene, that guy was already risking his life. Now, he released the binding. What was he planning to do? There was nothing for him to risk his life here, right? Yin Nuashing, who was curled up in the divine pattern tree, slowly opened her eyes and put her hands together to form a seal. Then, the golden divine pattern tree suddenly cracked open, and she came out through the crack. She flipped in the air and floated to the ground. Gather. After landing on the ground, Yin Nuashing turned to face the divine pattern tree. Her hands changed seals, and with a soft shout, the divine pattern tree emitted an incomparably bright light. The energy of the world, the energy of the entire yin-yang sky, was suddenly attracted and surged over like waves. The energy in the area covered by the array soared by several levels in the blink of an eye. The energy, whether violent or calm, calmed down the moment it surged into the divine pattern tree. The pure energy flowed through the branches and leaves to the trunk, and then spread out from the roots of the divine pattern tree. The new energy still maintained its original characteristics. Before entering, it was in a fused state. When it came out, it was in a fused state. Even if it was in a semi-fused state, it was still in a fused state. The divine pattern tree filtered out all the unstable elements of the energy that came in contact with it, turning it into pure energy that spread out, allowing everyone to absorb stably. After setting up a few more arrays to make the space indestructible, Yin Nuashing clapped his hands and smiled at everyone. It's done. Xian reacted the fastest. She went to Yin Nuashing and grabbed him to look at him. Your divine pattern, it's all there, including the core. Yin Nuashing smiled and pointed at the divine pattern tree. The divine pattern is a clone of the Na Ling godly body. It's also a symbol. If you remove the restraints of the Na Ling godly body, you can let the divine pattern come out and connect with another Na Ling godly body for a short time. That way, you can obtain most of the power of the Na Ling godly body, including the divine weapons. Now, you can treat it as an energy transfer station. The dragon core, the ultimate mysterious yin essence, and the heavenly mysterious yang essence are all yours. Together with the energy here, you won't fail to condense the divine pattern, Yin Nuashing said with a smile. Xian frowned. Mei Mao looked at the golden divine pattern tree that was 30 meters tall, and then at the colorful flower that was about to bloom. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. She recognized the flower. It was the pattern that had taken root on Yun Nuoxing's chest. Feeling her worried gaze, Yun Nuoxing smiled and reached out to ruffle her long purple hair. Don't worry, it'll be fine. This is a basic operation. Releasing the divine pattern tree won't burden me. It will automatically absorb the power of heaven and earth to maintain its existence. At most, I'll lose some of the characteristics of the divine pattern body, such as energy. I can still use the divine weapons, and I don't know how to fight now. No one will be bored enough to come to this place. Even if they feel that there's something wrong with the energy, they won't be able to break the sevenfold array here. Yin Nuoxing explained the steps again. Because it was his first time trying this method, he wasn't 100% sure that it would work. There wouldn't be a problem if he just treated it as energy, but if he had to tamper with his own energy carrier, if he wasn't careful, don't worry, we're not idiots. If we can't even handle this, how can we catch up to you? Yuanshi said as he patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. Well, even if you guys break it, I can still fix it for you. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. Don't say such scary things. Everyone muttered. The 9 of them sat under the divine pattern tree, surrounded by strands of divine pattern. They entered a deep state of cultivation, and the energy in the area began to surge. Yin Nuoxing looked at his excessively white palms and was a little dazed. He almost didn't know what his original palm looked like. It was covered in divine pattern tree, and although it was beautiful, it was a little dazzling. Now that he saw his original palm, he couldn't help but sigh. The place quieted down immediately. Everyone was in a deep state of cultivation, trying to modify their energy carriers. He was the only one who was still standing there. The divine pattern tree attracted the energy in the area to gather here. He could also receive some of the energy from the divine pattern tree, so he didn't have to sit down and cultivate. Apart from him, little purple soul was walking around in circles, occasionally squatting down to pick up something from the ground. She was having a lot of fun by herself. Although Yin Nuoxing didn't understand what she was so happy about, he walked over to little purple soul and picked her up. He stroked her long purple hair and smiled. Let's go, little girl. Brother, aren't you going to cultivate? The little girl tossed around in his arms for a while before stopping. Her big gem-like eyes looked at the few people who were cultivating, then looked at Yin Nuoxing and asked curiously, Yes, I need to sit down and cultivate like this. I want to walk around in the yin-yang sky, Yin Nuoxing said. Yes, I understand. Brother is the best. Little purple soul laughed happily and opened her arms to hug Yin Nuoxing's neck. Yin Nuoxing smiled bitterly. How could she tell that he was the best? Yin Nuoxing hugged her tightly and looked at everyone for a while. After he felt that there was no problem, he quietly snuck out. Even if there was a problem, he could rush back immediately. The thick clouds in the sky were divided into 2 halves, and there was a tiny crack in the middle. It was as if there was a transparent barrier there, isolating the clouds formed by the 2 types of energy. The snowflakes falling from the sky also slowly disappeared, as if the snowstorm had disappeared and the sun was about to arrive. However, there was still no sun here, and the only sunlight that could be seen came from the crack in the thick clouds. Yin Nuoxing and the others entered the yin-yang sky much earlier, but most of the time, they were diving deep in the yin lake and the yang lake. At this time, it was time for the energy tide in the yin-yang sky to recede. He could already feel that many people were pouring in, but the energy gathering area at both ends was like a forbidden area, and no one dared to set foot in it. Roars that shook mountains and rivers came from the ground. A powerful magical beast at the beginner level of the god level woke up and ate an intruder who was alone and focused on collecting all kinds of treasures. The bloody scene made many people in the distance turn pale, and they hurriedly turned and flew in other directions. The huge eyes of the magical beast that had just eaten a beginner god expert suddenly trembled, and a berserk aura gushed out of its body. It raised its head abruptly, and its pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. A tiny figure appeared in its line of sight. It was so tiny that it was smaller than its fingernail, but it felt as if it was heavier than the heavens and the earth. It had the aura of a superior being, and it had no choice but to submit to it. "Hey, big guy." Yin Nuashing descended from the sky with little purple soul on his shoulder. He landed in front of the magical beast that was comparable to a god king and smiled warmly at it. Roar! When the big guy saw Yin Nuashing suddenly appear in front of it, it was so scared that its scales stood up. Its huge body retreated with a rumble, and it kicked over a mountain before it could stabilize itself. Its eyes were filled with fear as it stared at Yin Nuashing, and there was fear in its low growl. Yin Nuashing and Little Purple Soul covered their ears. After the growl subsided, the former said, "Stop growling, or I'll roast you and eat you. I'm hungry. Is there any fun place here?" The giant beast quickly pointed in a direction with its head. Yin Nuashing nodded, turned around, and left. The former heaved a sigh of relief and blew away half of the mountain. When it heard Yin Nuashing say that he was going to eat it, it was so scared that it almost peed its pants. At this time, Yin Nuashing was in the area on the Yang side. He could sense that most of the people who entered here were young men. There seemed to be some women as well, but there were not many of them. It was considered not bad if there was one woman among 100 men. Moreover, they probably needed to come here because of the Xian method or Xian formula. The bottom layer of the yin-yang world that was sealed was somewhat beyond his expectations. Because of the environment here, these magical beasts were stronger than ordinary magical beasts outside. Their bodies also carried rich yang energy. However, it was fine if there were magical beasts here, but there was actually an intact environment here. These plants survived under the nourishment of this strange energy. After being surprised for a while, Yin Nuashing quickly calmed down. He had seen stranger situations in his memory, so he was not surprised for too long. At most, he felt that this place was a little novel. Following the direction that the giant beast pointed, Yin Nuashing sensed a large amount of life aura gathered in a place. It seemed that many people were gathered there, and there's a very strange fragrance. Yin Nuashing sniffled and muttered, "Is it delicious?" Little White was suddenly stunned and looked at Yin Nuashing suspiciously. "You've recovered your memories? The part about Yuing?" "No, it can't be considered recovered." Yin Nuashing shook her head and pointed at her temple. "Don't I have a few sealed memory cores in my sea of memories? There are some fragments in there. I would occasionally open them to take a look. Many of them are memory fragments, and I can't connect them. However, I would occasionally come across Feng Yuying's memories. It seems like even the samsara didn't completely erase all my memories." "Well, you haven't even recovered the shadow, Emperor's memories. Even Quarter Moon's memories are only 90%. Purple Knight said softly. Z said softly, "Even if one could avoid reincarnation, one would still have to pay a price. Those memories were only one of the prices." Yin Nuashing waved her hand and changed the topic. She coughed lightly. "Well, then I'll go and see what's up with that aura." Little White, Purple Knight, and the others nodded and habitually reminded Yin Nuashing to leave the spiritual world. Chapter 945. His figure turned into a pale golden light and swept across the sky. His terrifying speed made many people unable to detect him before he disappeared. Those who accidentally spied on him would turn their gazes away with their faces covered in cold sweat. A person with such speed was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It was better not to look at him as much as possible. The aura is gradually decreasing. Yin Nuashing looked around. At such a fast speed, he swept through everything that existed. He could feel that in this area, the number of people and magical beasts had decreased a lot. Only the place in front of him, where many auras of life gathered, had not weakened. The fog in this area dissipated a lot. In Yin-Yang world, except for the snake-shaped mountain range in the center, it was basically flat land. There would also be small hills scattered in every corner. This time, after Yin-Yang world ebbed, there were very few safe areas. The two eyes were not within the range, but even if they were within the range, no one could go there. Most of those who entered Yin-Yang world were low-level gods, and the number of mid-level gods was very small. As for high-level gods, it was estimated that they did not exist. As he gradually approached that place, Yin lowered his body slightly. The fog was thick at a high place, and he could not see anything clearly. The vision blessed by the eye of the ocean was also blocked a lot. As for the evil spirit eye, as soon as he opened it, all he could see was thick energy colors, and he could not see anything clearly. When his body lowered a lot, he almost reached his destination. Yin was just about to stop, but his vision suddenly became clear. The fog dissipated, and his vision was extremely wide. In a large circle, there was no fog covering it. It was as if he had drilled into the eye of a seemingly calm storm. Yin was stunned for a moment. Her figure stopped in the sky without leaving a trace. She cast her gaze to the ground. A lake had appeared very clearly in this place. The lake water was orange-red, as if it was the color of the setting sun. It contained a huge amount of yang energy. In the center of the lake, there was a lone island about 10 feet wide. It was bare. Other than a large green-red tree, there was nothing else. There was not even a blade of grass. This water, Yin blinked and stared at it for a while. When she looked in the direction of the source, she immediately understood. This was the lake water that flowed out from Yang Lake. It had been diluted many times. Perhaps it had been diluted 10,000 times, or even 100,000 times, but its energy was still very rich. Perhaps it was extremely rare for the large group of people gathered below. The crowd gathered at the lakeside started to clamor. Those clamors seemed to be screaming, but also seemed to be encouraging someone. In the crowd, there was also the sound of energy surging. It was obvious that there were people fighting inside, causing Yin to be extremely astonished. There were actually people gathered here to fight. Moreover, the others were still in a mood to be onlookers. The paradise was right in front of them. Shouldn't they be sitting down to rest and cultivate? However, a moment later, she understood. At the front of the crowd, a tall figure appeared. He was dressed in a red light armor that flickered with a bright light, like the sun. His exposed arms were covered in green-colored scales that were extremely shiny. Those were dragon scales and were extremely hard. It was basically difficult for attacks of the same level to destroy them. A green-colored spear and a red-colored spear floated on both sides of the figure. His eyes were glowing with a golden light, and his mouth and nose were breathing hot air. Rich, mysterious yang qi was swirling around his body. In front of the figure, there were 5 figures who were panting. Their battle robes were somewhat tattered and stained with blood. They looked a little disheveled. It seemed that the 5 of them were at a disadvantage in their battle with a figure who looked like a half-human and half-dragon. Among the 5 figures, Yin had seen 2 of them before. They were the 2 figures who sat in front of Liu Bai in the Shui Yin Pavilion. One of them was a valiant man, and the other was a languid woman in a yellow dress. However, at this time, the beautiful woman had a murderous look on her face. The other 3 were all men. Yin had not seen them before. Perhaps they had also appeared in the Shui Yin Pavilion, but he had not noticed them. Brother, they're all young experts of the Kuan Yuan region, right? Little Purple Soul grabbed Yin long hair and weaved something on it. Her tender voice was heard. Ah, yes, they're quite disheveled. Yin nodded and said casually. These 5 people were all experts who had gone through the 6th transformation of the Divine Sun. They should be the 2nd-generation experts of the younger generation. The 5 of them had not been able to gain the upper hand against the green figure, even after joining forces. The latter's strength was obviously somewhat terrifying. The strength of a peak Divine Sun is a bit high. Is he a guardian? Yin muttered to himself as his gaze drifted over. He did not care about the figure. What he cared about was the big green and red tree on the small island behind it. That's the one. The tree that is tainted with the aura of the green dragon. Little White suddenly became excited and jumped into the air. There should be something buried under the tree. The energy from the green dragon has become the tree's nutrients. Originally, the tree was only related to Yang Lake. Now, it has been tainted with the aura of the green dragon. Oh, then I have to make a trip. Yin Nuashing nodded casually. With a thought, his body fell down from the air. The valiant man was half kneeling on the ground. The long spear in his hand was stuck in the ground. Drops of hot blood slid down from his forehead. He looked at the others with some unwillingness in his eyes. They were the strongest experts here. They did not expect that they would not be able to gain the upper hand in front of the Guardian, even after joining forces. This was the most ideal location. If they gave up here, they would have to try toward the shrinking point of the energy tide. Perhaps they would be like those monsters and try to go deeper. They might have unexpected gains, but it was more likely that they would die. Even the borderlands were very dangerous. Ordinary demigods could not enter the Yin-Yang world. Even if they were divine sons, it would not be so easy to gain anything. Are we going to risk our lives? The valiant man's face was gloomy. He looked at the others, and a hint of determination flashed across his eyes. Just as they were about to risk their lives, the green figure suddenly raised his head. His red eyes cast a cold and merciless gaze behind them. At the same time, he held the two long spears tightly in his hands. A deep voice with a rumbling echo was heard. "Intruder, die." The seemingly calm voice contained cold, killing intent. The five of them were stunned, especially when they saw the green figure grab the two long spears. Their expressions were even more solemn. Until now, it had not touched the two long spears. Was it going to do it for real now? Very soon, they realized that something was not right. That emotionless gaze was not looking at any of the five of them. Instead, it was looking behind them. At this moment, the voices of the people behind them had become much softer. There were even some doubtful and shocked voices that were emitted, causing them to be puzzled. When they turned their heads around, that colorful figure was reflected in their eyes, causing them to be stunned. "It's her." The woman in the yellow dress was slightly taken aback. She had a very deep impression of this dangerous little sister. At the very least, not everyone had the courage to warn the entire Water Cloud Pavilion. A single word from her might even cause a group of people to attack her. At this time, the green figure seemed to be talking to him. Yin Nuashing acted as if she did not hear anything. She ignored everyone's gazes and walked straight ahead, directly passing by the five people. Little purple soul on her shoulder blinked her large eyes curiously. She could feel many gazes on her, and then these gazes turned to Yin Nuashing with even stranger expressions. Who would bring a child to a fight? "Stop right there or die." The green figure raised the red spear in his right hand and pointed it at Yin Nuashing from afar. His monstrous killing intent materialized, causing the sky to darken a lot. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The five people hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be affected by this even more powerful energy. The five people's eyes flickered. They seemed to want to say something, but when they thought of what he said in the pavilion, they inexplicably shut their mouths. They subconsciously felt that if they said anything, it would be very awkward. Yin Nuashing turned a deaf ear to his words. She lowered her right hand and put two fingers together. A wisp of extremely cold energy quietly condensed. Boom! As he approached, the green figure's eyes exploded with unparalleled killing intent. He stomped on the ground, creating a crater. His figure directly shattered the space and appeared in front of Yin Nuashing in an instant. His two spears carried the power of thunder as they rushed towards Yin Nuashing. Dark, profound ice. Ha! A soft cry and the snap of a finger were emitted at the same time. The entire space emitted a loud sound of ice being formed. Soon after, the area 1 meter around the green figure was directly frozen into a solid block of ice. Dark energy flickered and surged within the ice block. It was extremely frightening. The cold energy caused the energy in the lake 10 meters away to quiet down. Even the entire area had become quiet. The majestic killing intent and vast energy had turned into a deathly silence. The onlookers behind him were dumbfounded. It was as if someone had grabbed their necks, and they were unable to make sound. The faces of the five people twitched violently. That thing that they had been working on for half an hour had been destroyed, just like that. This guy is just a demigod, right? Is he even human? The valiant man only felt his heart tired. Where did this monster come from? Yin Nuoxing did not stop walking. She snapped her fingers again. Dark energy crazily surged in the solid ice. Following a command, the layer of solid ice rumbled. Inside it, 10 types of elements crazily intertwined, devouring the green figure that was covered by the solid ice. Crack! A few seconds later, a shattering sound came from the solid black ice. With a loud bang, it exploded into chunks of ice that flew out in all directions, leaving behind only a cloud of ice powder and icy mist that hadn't dissipated in time. As for the cyan figure, even the weapon that was holding it had already disappeared. Pervert, the 5 people bitterly said in their hearts. Dealing with the green figure meant that they could ascend to the Red Lake. However, at this moment, no one dared to make any movements. Their eyes did not blink as they stared at Yin Nuoxing, who was leisurely walking on the surface of the lake as if she was taking a stroll. That killing god was still there. Where would they find the courage to walk over? The valiant man and the other 4 hurriedly sat down to rest. In any case, it seemed that they would not be able to enter for a while. Ignoring the others, Yin Nuoxing came to the big tree in the center of the island in the middle of the lake. She raised her head and saw a very strange fruit growing on the green and red tree. It was also green and red in color. The shape of the fruit was like a sun, but it also looked like a dragon that was about to soar into the sky. Little Purple Soul excitedly jumped up from Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and flew towards the fruit on the tree. She reached out her small hand and plucked a fruit that was half her size. Then, under the horrified gazes of the people in the distance, she put it in her mouth and took a bite. The crunching sound of her chewing made everyone shudder. Damn it, the fruit from the Yin-Yang Sky Lake. She ate it just like that. What a waste of God's gift. What a waste of God's gift. Everyone gritted their teeth and roared in their hearts. However, they did not dare to say it out loud. They were afraid that with a snap of her fingers, they would turn into ice dregs. After taking a bite of the fruit, Little Purple Soul suddenly frowned. She wiped the juice from the corner of her mouth with her small hand and mumbled, "Ugh, it doesn't taste good." The group of people almost vomited when they heard that. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. She lifted the little girl up and placed her on her shoulder. Then, she lowered her head and looked for something on the ground. The little girl was still hugging the fruit that was a little too big for her. She took a bite of it from time to time. Her small face was scrunched up as if it was disgusting. If it's disgusting, then don't eat it. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the little girl who was frowning. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ugh, but it's such a waste. It's really disgusting. Little Purple Soul shook her head and took another bite as she mumbled. Yin Nuoxing's face pulled a bitter smile. This little girl, after a few minutes of sensing her surroundings, Yin Nuoxing raised her slender eyebrows, and a faint joy appeared on her pretty face. Then, she squatted down and pressed her palms on the ground. A suction force erupted from her palms. She clenched her fists tightly. Suddenly, a deep claw mark appeared on the ground that was being sucked in by the suction force. Then, the piece of ground disappeared. With a wave of his hand, Yin Nuoxing flicked off the soil in his palm. Once again, he aimed his palm at the ground that had been dug out. With a burst of suction force, he dug out a handful of soil and then casually threw it away. After a while, he stopped. In the pit that was already a few meters deep, he saw entangled tree roots, and within these entangled tree roots, there was a piece of green, lustrous metal fragment. Yin Nuoxing carefully used her energy to pry open the tree roots. The suction force from her palms sucked the metal fragment into her hands. Yin Nuoxing took a closer look and realized that it was not a metal fragment, but a piece of scale. Moreover, it was a piece of scale fragment that exuded an ancient aura. It seemed to have been there for a long time. This is it. This is the green dragon scale. Judging from its aura, it should be the same as the one I shed back then. But this is just a fragment. It's not a carrier of energy. Little White immediately became excited. However, after carefully sensing for a while, she was a little surprised. She sighed helplessly and said, There's not much of its aura left. There's no aura of the green dragon nearby. I wonder if I can find the exact location of that stupid dragon. Well, let's give it a try. Yin Nuashing shrugged helplessly. She threw the piece of scale fragment into her spiritual world and handed it over to Little White. After filling the hole with a wave of her hand, Yin Nuashing turned around and saw a group of people staring at her with hope. She was stunned, but she did not care about them. Since she had achieved her goal, she did not want to stay any longer. She gently stomped her feet on the ground. A teleportation array instantly appeared and brought her away. Yin Nuashing's sudden disappearance stunned the people in the distance and the 5 people. She left just like that? Generally speaking, shouldn't she be cultivating and tempering herself inside? Leaving just like that was giving the opportunity to others. However, they did not know that Yin Nuashing did not need to be tempered here. In her opinion, this so-called Yang Lake was far inferior to the Real Yang Lake. Cultivating here would only be a waste of time. However, this was just as well. For others who needed it, they could not ask for anything more. Go ahead if you want. Among the 5 people, one of them suddenly stood up and picked up the weapon beside him. Then, he turned around and left expressionlessly. It was as if he did not care about the Yang Lake behind him. His pride did not allow him to enjoy the spoils of war that he had picked up before he passed the trial. The others were also stunned when they saw his figure dashing into the distance. They looked at each other for a long time. Their feelings were very complicated. Yin Nuashing was already far away. She did not know what these people were thinking. She did not even want to look at them because there was no one else beside her. She hurried past and left in a hurry. She tossed the green dragon scale fragment in her hand and thought for a moment. Then, she looked in the direction of Xiao Yin and nodded. With a stomp of her foot, a formation appeared and her figure instantly disappeared. The light faded and a thought was transmitted. Several layers of energy barriers spontaneously moved, covering a range of 10 feet. Yin Nuashing slowly opened her eyes. She was slightly stunned. What appeared in front of her was not the Yin Lake. Her soul power fused into the void and probed in all directions. Only then did she realize that she was quite a distance away from the Yin Lake. She was probably at the retreat point of the tide. It seemed that the rich yang energy here had blocked her teleportation. Just as she was about to withdraw her soul power, she suddenly sensed 2 weak auras. Furthermore, she felt a very faint sense of familiarity. This inexplicable sense of familiarity caused her body to tremble just as she was about to move. She turned around and looked in the direction of the 2 people. After hesitating for a moment, the eye of the ocean crossed a large distance and saw the appearance of the 2 people. They were 2 very young figures. The girl's eyebrows were like willows. She was tall, and her skin was like ice crystals. She was wearing a long black dress. Under the long dress, her beautiful and voluptuous figure was exposed. Her pretty face was a little apathetic and pale. The black Maimao looked around with a hint of vigilance. There was a trace of bright red blood at the side of her cherry lips. Next to the girl was a young man in a white robe. He had a handsome face and an unconcealable wry smile on his face. His eyebrows drooped lazily, giving off a sense of cynicism. His black eyes revealed a dangerous look, as if a beast had fallen into a trap, as if he was planning to perish together with someone. The 2 of them didn't look very big, and their strength was only at the peak of the demigod rank. They appeared to be quite weak among the large group of people who entered the yin-yang world. However, since the 2 of them could enter the energy tide withdrawal point, which was a rather dangerous place for others, they obviously had some extraordinary means. Both of them had some injuries on their bodies, and their auras were weak and fluctuating. They should have suffered some internal injuries. Judging from their vigilant gazes, they seemed to be on guard against something. Perhaps the person or creature who injured them hadn't gone far. But what puzzled him was, where did that sense of familiarity come from? Appearance? It seemed a little. Their auras were a little similar, but there was only a very faint sense of familiarity. He couldn't find the source. It was as if he had woken up from a dream and suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. His mind was a little messy, and he didn't recover until Little Purple Soul pulled his long hair. After hesitating for a while, he let out a sigh. Let's go and take a look. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.